What's going on, everyone? Ben here, and today we're going to be doing something a little bit different. We're going to be checking out the New Game Plus Showcase 2026, the first one of its kind. So we haven't done a live reaction watch along in a good couple of years. We used to do these quite a lot with like the Game Awards and with the Summer Game Fests and stuff like that. It's been a while, so I thought this one is a new one. It's kind of headed up by a few other content creators. It's a space to showcase games from other content creators, basically. Some big ones: Luke Stevens, Luality, Jake Lucky, IamRob, Blue Thunder, and Hunter. And yeah, it looks interesting. Now, I've heard rumors it might be like 2 to 3 hours long. I have no idea, obviously time zone and stuff, but I'm interested. I'm interested to check out what kind of is here, and we'll see what it's like, if what kind of announcements are there and all that kind of stuff as well. But how's everyone doing in chat today? Christian, how's it going? Chammy, how you doing? You all good? We had Linda as well. Welcome in. How's everyone's day been so far? Have you all had a good Thursday? Friday tomorrow, isn't it? Is it Friday tomorrow? Yeah, it's Friday tomorrow. It's been my first week back since the Christmas holidays at work, and it's been just trying to catch up with everything. So I don't know what day of the week it is. All over the place. But we do have some games that we know are going to be confirmed for this. And there's a few big ones. One being DawnWalker, and the other being Crimson Desert. There are quite... we're going to see Atomic Heart 2 and The Cube. The Cube is made by the same people. It's going to be in the same universe. So I'm intrigued. Some of these we've all seen a trailer of them already. So I'm interested to see what other kind of new ones are coming. The whole premise of this is that there are no ads. Like, not really it kind of is taking a pop at the Game Awards, but Jeff Keighley's like the Game Awards each year, quite ad heavy. It was reported you have to pay $1 million to get an ad slot. So this is there's no paid placements. People applied and like to get their game showcased, and if it was a good fit, they're in this showcase. And and basically there's not going to be any ads. So there's also not going to be any ads on this video on the live anyway. Like YouTube might put ads on it later once it's a VOD, if anyone's watching this as a VOD later down the line. But I think Twitch might still have like ads every 30 minutes or so. But yeah, no idea. That's all automatic anyway. But yeah, we'll have to see. One can only hope it's New Game Plus and not New Game Minus. Exactly, Shammy. Busy day, Christian. Ah, I see. Welcome to my world. Now I'm retired. Every day is a weekend, so I've no idea what day of the week it is. Yeah. I'm on that grind to retire early, but I've still got plenty of years left, unfortunately. So but yeah, it should be an interesting showcase, because DawnWalker is one that I've been really intrigued to check out. That is one that is the vampire one, and it's got 30 days and nights. It's actually got like a hard it's made by, I think, ex kind of Witcher and Cyberpunk devs, and it's basically hard coded like 30 days or nights, and then the game ends. So you've actually got a time limit on it. Apparently the time limit's meant to be quite, nice on that side of things, but it does give you a little bit of pressure. So yeah, just something that's been on my radar. And Crimson Desert is from the people that make Black Desert, but I think Crimson Desert, let me just double check. I'm pretty sure Crimson Desert is just a single player. Is it single player? Is it online? Yeah, it's the first single player action adventure made by Pearl Abyss. The people who made Black Desert Online. And that one has a release date, 19th of March 2026. And it's promising to be a lot. They're doing a lot of cool stuff. So I'm intrigued to see more of that. Yeah. And like I said, the blood of DawnWalker. That one's really interesting. Sorry, I have to get a issue here. I feel like I'm getting like a cold, which is really unfortunate. So if I'm a little bit nasally and blocked up, I apologize. No ads, but Coca-Cola product placement, I see. If I could get a Coke Zero sponsor, like that would save me a lot of money. Yeah, sponsoring coming. That's it. Is there any games that you guys are particularly looking forward to that may or may not be in this showcase? But is there anything that's in 2026 that you guys have got like your eye on? Anything that you've like seen that's coming out that you're like, oh, I'm intrigued? Yeah, Blood of Dawnwalker is an open world dark fantasy action RPG set in the 14th century Europe. Plays Cohen, human by day and vampire by night, fighting to save your family in a story shaped by your actions and the secrets you uncover. Looks really good. Rebel Wolves, Bandai Namco are the publisher. And looks very Witcher-esque, with vampires in it as well. Kind of all just mixed in. I think obviously the game that a lot of people are going to be looking forward to this year, which remains to be seen if it does come out this year, but that is GTA 6, obviously. That's going to be console only. That's not right, that is going to come to PC, but they'll double dip. They'll get the double dip on that in 2027 for PC, I'm sure. I'm trying to have a think what I'm kind of looking forward to. There's a few. Obviously, Subnautica 2 was meant to be out last year. They've had a few issues. So Subnautica 2, if that was to come out in 2026, that would be pretty sweet. I would be very interested in that. Just having a little look. So many, it's trying to like remind yourself of them. Don't know if that one would be my highest anticipated. What are the top wish listed games? You can see that, can't you? Yeah, Light No Fire. I'd be interested if there was a Light No Fire announcement. Obviously they announced it like a few years ago now, didn't they? It's from the people who made No Man's Sky. You're gonna rather than having loads of worlds, you're gonna have one massive world, just like severely detailed, like heavily detailed. And a lot of the free updates they've been doing for No Man's Sky are like paving the way for Light No Fire. So that one I'm interested in, but I don't know if that will be in 2026. So I think that would be something further down the line. Let me we could Guardians of the Wild Sky. Let me search that one. Oh, Guardians of the Wild Sky. Oh, I've got it on my wish list. Ooh, survive, build, craft, and explore a vast magical world as you capture and bond with powerful guardians. Captain your own airship and sail the cloud seas. Build everything from cozy homes to flying castles. Explore this world solo or with friends. The skies are yours to conquer. It looks pretty sweet. Another one of those that has like the floating islands. Should I share my screen? can have a little look at these together. Probably need to well, the reason I'm keeping the black bars at the top is because as soon as I yeah, as soon as I have I chopped this off intentionally? I don't actually know what I've done here. I was thinking that when I go full screen, let's try and go full screen. No, it's going to leave the black bars there. Huh. What is going on with that? Oh, because it's just in window, isn't it? Interesting. I thought it would be doing the top bar, though. Anyway. Icarus. Is that another Icarus DLC? Because Icarus is already out. This one does look pretty good, though. You got a playtest coming as well. Oh, they got playtest winners. They get like giving out playtest keys to people. Select points. Interesting. Similar to the last caretaker. There we go. Let's have a look. Kingmakers was that one that was pushed back. That was meant to be cut, and that just got that didn't get a new date. That one I'm interested in. Like Survival looks pretty cool. It's an extraction game in a way, but PvE. There's no PvP as far as I'm aware. You kind of go in, kill your like enemies and stuff, get some stuff and get out and try and survive. But looks quite interesting. Looks very like visceral as well. You can see the sword through the face there. Intrigued by that one. Some of these I'm like, are they coming out? Are they coming out this year? This year. The Steam Machine, obviously. The Steam Machine is going to be interesting. Is Far Sky out? Far Sky? I don't know. I don't know which one you mean. What do you mean Forever Skies? Is it Forever Skies? You mean this one? Forever Skies? That's the one that's like Subnautica, but in the air. We played a little bit of that. I think it went under the radar on the channel. It didn't do particularly well. But there were some people saying, oh, I should pick this up and play it. It's basically like flying Subnautica. Pretty cool. Obviously Forza Horizon 6. Total Warhammer 40k. That one might get me back into Total War. Far Sky, where the sky can't be further away. Oh. No. I haven't seen that one. Ill looks very like psychological horror. Chrono Odyssey, we did the playtest of that new MMO. Was a little bit buggy like in the playtest, but looked really nice, and I can see myself getting into this if it launches quite well and it's like stable and stuff like that. But yeah, one of those that is kind of my kind of thing as well, like high fantasy kind of stuff. Forza 6 I'm hyped for. Hey Chesy, how you doing? Yeah, Forza 6 set in Japan. I am a bit of a, it's probably nothing I'll ever have on the channel because I don't really do racing stuff, but it's they've actually got a Microsoft developer conference at the end of January. 22nd, 23rd of January, I want to say. It's off the top of my head. It's near the end of the month. And they're going to be showing off Fable. They're going to be showing off Forza Horizon 6. They're basically going to be showing off the games they're working on that are like internal Xbox projects. So really excited to see that. But I think, yeah, Japan Forza 6 is going to be so good. So that's probably going to be like a little guilty pleasure of mine. Forza Horizon 4 and Horizon 5 were really good fun. Really good fun. Just look at the vibes on this one. Like, this is a bit of me. I do like my survival horror. I love how like detailed and like the lighting and the shadows and stuff like that. Very, very weird like looking game. But yeah, intrigued by that one. Like I said, I don't know if we're probably not gonna see a lot of these today. We're literally just having a little look while we wait for the live showcase to begin. Fable mentioned. I'm waiting for Fable. I really am. Obviously, Pragmata. That's the one that is coming from Capcom. And you've got like the little girl that's like an android thing. You're like a soldier. Gives me a very like Vanquish, Metal Gear Solid, and kind of Death Stranding vibes kind of thing altogether. But yeah, looks very cool. Very interesting. We've got obviously Gothic 1, the remake. It's meant to be coming out at some point. That budget. Obviously Crimson Desert, that is the one that the open world action adventure game made by the people who do Black Desert, and single player. Like I said, it's very, very fun, very cool. Love the setting of it. Would love to see more of it and see what's going on with it. Fast Sky is a game where the protagonist's submarine crashed and they have to survive at the bottom of the ocean long enough to make it back to the surface. Obviously, it's much easier said than done, as humans are not meant to stay underwater, especially in the crushing depths of the sea. Is that not on Steam? Am I spelling it wrong? Fast Sky? Mustn't be on Steam. Or it's not on Steam yet. Oh yeah, Fast Sky survival game. Oh! It is on Steam? Oh, it's a short one though, isn't it? Is it already out? Christian, that game came out in 2014. Yeah, that game's already out. It came out like 11 years ago. Yeah, Crimson Desert, I'm unreasonable hyped for. Yeah. Yeah, it looks really interesting. This is the other one. This is the one, Blood of DawnWalker. This is the one this made by the ex-Witcher and Cyberpunk devs. Looks very Witcher. And just, yeah. Really, really cool. And like I said, the unique thing here is you've got 30 days and nights. That's it. The game will end. And you can basically do what you want. It's promising to be something that branches off. And the story will change depending on your outcome. Like a really strong morality system. Or more a choice and consequence system, not necessarily morality. This one looks really, really interesting. Phantom Blade Zero is probably going to be one that aesthetically it looks so good. Is it more of a Souls-like? You play as Soul, a warrior with only 66 days left to live. Fend off assassins, unravel world-ending conspiracies, and defend your values with your life. Action RPG, it says. But, I don't know, something about the aesthetic and the vibes of this one just looks really, really cool. He's got a cool little hat and the two swords and stuff. And, yeah, Phantom Blade Zero. This one was originally a PlayStation exclusive, but I think they bought their own rights to publish it, so it's coming to Steam now. So this one actually got the date at the Game Awards, so I'd be surprised if we see this one at the game, like after it was shown at the Game Awards. I think we're going to see smaller games. Obviously, new Lara Croft, Dawn of War 4, Sand. This is the one we checked out. We might see Sand. I feel like Sand is the size of game that you'd probably see on this showcase, maybe. Got these like kind of mech systems and things like that. They delayed it. They were meant to be coming out ages ago. They're giving it a bit of a rename as well. Obviously, new Lara Croft. Tides of Annihilation gives me very like Final Fantasy vibes. Very high fantasy. And British flag there as well. Like in a old rundown. Like, yeah, and you got the British telephone box as well. So it's like Final Fantasy in Britain, maybe. But yeah, it's inspired by Arthurian legend. That's where all the magic and stuff comes from as well. But yeah, there's quite a few. The 007 looks really, really cool. As a Bond fan, excited for that. Gatekeeper. Beautiful Light is probably one that's high up on my list. That's meant to be coming out December 26th. If it does or not is a whole other issue. But basically think of it like a Tarkov or something like that. But some players can come in as monsters as well. So yeah, but looks really cool. I've been following the development of this one for a long time. Like long time. Like aesthetically and like again, the look and feel of it seems really cool. But we'll have to see. Gatekeeper. This is from THQ. Like little magical RPG. Reminds me of Might and Magic, that one. You know, what was it? What was the one? Can't remember what it was called now. But yeah, very cool. Yeah, Dark Messiah, Might and Magic, that was it. That was the one I was thinking of. I was thinking if I just scroll down, it's probably there recommended. It's quite a good one. Obviously, The Expanse, Osiris Reborn. This is basically Mass Effect in 2026. And this is probably one where I'm really hyped for it. There's another one called Exodus. You guys know I love my sci-fi. So if I can get like a sci-fi shooter RPG thing going on, I'm all for it. If Beautiful Light ever releases, I'll be saved. 3 years ago, I saw it on Twitter. Please just release, man. Yeah. You've never played Mass Effect. The Mass Effect Legendary Edition is normally you can pick it up for like a tenner, if that, because it goes on sale so often. Obviously the Christmas sale just finished, but next time add this to the wish list, and next time this goes on sale, it's one of my favorite RPGs and franchises of all time. It's up there with Halo for me. I am a massive Mass Effect stan, like 100%. So good. You'll get 100 hours out of those 3 games, like easily, like all combined, if not more. It's huge, but really, really cool. BioWare at their best. Hey, by George, how you doing, man? Welcome in. Series Expanse is so cool, the TV series. Yeah, I haven't seen the Expanse TV series. There's kind of the Telltale game, and then obviously there's this game coming out as well, so maybe I should check it out, because again, I do like that. Dark Heresy we're meant to be seeing. State of Decay. I'm hoping State of Decay 3. I don't think it will be at this one. And then Alcahest as well. Alcahest is one I'm looking forward to as well. Looks really, really cool. Looks similar to that other one we were just looking at. Gatekeeper. Similar kind of thing. Obviously got Soul Frame. What we're gonna do is we're gonna switch over, because I don't want to start getting in the weeds and checking this all out, and then and then we actually just miss the conference. That would be something, wouldn't it? Yeah, I would love to watch The Expanse. I think I'll get round to it. That is my plan at some point, because like I said, I think that is one that would work. I think it's just like I never saw it when it first came out, and so it'd be a bit of a thing of like going back and kind of binge watching it all now and doing that. But yeah, let's just double check. Sounds all good. There we go. Yeah, I'm not too sure what I might do. I could do display capture. Here we go. We'll do display capture. And then we can it should like full screen then. When can't full screen when it's like in a Premiere and it hasn't started yet. So once it does that, we'll be ready. But how you doing, George? You doing good? It's the One Space series that gets the physics right. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Yeah, a lot of them, I guess they will have like an excuse or a reason, or I mean, I guess because it's that far in the future, you can kind of make up your own things of like, oh, this is why this works. But I guess physics is physics, isn't it? At the end of the day. One minute. I wonder if they're going to go straight into it, or if they're going to have a like a countdown. When I do my premieres, do they start at the time I set them, or do they do a premiere? Like, do they do a thing 2 minutes before? Says the guy who doesn't turn up to his own premieres at the beginning. Witcher. Oh, okay. Oh, this is their pre-show thing. Okay. Fallout. Right. Let's pause this.
Morrowind and Fallout New Vegas.
Mass Effect for Dragon Age.
Mass Effect.
There we go.
Dragon Age.
Mass Effect.
Oh, Mass Effect.
Our World or Pokemon.
Power World. Power World.
Starts on the
I
time.
don't want to get a cease and desist, so I'll say Pokemon.
Power World. The Feds.
That's-
Victorian? No, don't put that. Don't put that.
Super Mario or Sonic.
Super Mario.
Super Mario. Super Mario Bros.
Super Mario.
Sonic.
Destiny or Warframe.
Ooh,
Warframe.
Destiny 2.
I would have said
Warframe.
Destiny 2, but
Diablo
I need to play more
Path of
Warframe.
Path of Exile.
Diablo.
No, you can do that to me. What the hell?
I'd say Path of
Oh
Exile.
man. Diablo is my childhood.
I need
Path
to
of
get- I need
Exile is
to-
a lot better now. Ah.
Breath of the Wild.
Holding off doing Warframe because I'm just going to get into that
Breath
too
of
much.
the Wild.
Ooh.
Ocarina of
I
Time.
have a long story about Ocarina of Time. Pass.
Ocarina of Time.
Roguelikes or Metroidvanias.
Roguelikes.
Roguelites.
Metroidvanias.
I love both. Roguelike? Metroidvanias? Castlevania.
Achievement hunting or multiple playthroughs.
Multiple playthroughs.
Achievement hunting, I would say.
Multiple playthroughs?
Achievement hunting.
People who only play games for achievements are so low on my totem pole. What was this? Sorry.
Achievement hunting or multiple playthroughs.
Multiple playthroughs.
Alright, you're good.
My argument for achievements is if they're done right, they make you explore things that you wouldn't do otherwise. Is the audio all good, yeah? That's the cube. Oh, that's that EXE killer I just saw there. Outward 2. RuneScape as well. I got a playtest invite for Outward 2, I think. Yeah, that looks cool. Luality. Is that Core Keeper? Oh, is it probably kind of switched? There's DawnWalker. Ah, that's that Asphelios. Wait, is that dinosaur holding a sword? Division? Division 2? Expansion for Division? I played that one. Avowed as well. It's like a nice spread. Get your little indies in here, a few of the triple A's and the double A's as well. Nice little mixture. That's that Blind Descent. There's Sand. Yeah, there it is. That's the game we were just looking at as well. New Game Plus.
Welcome to the New Game Plus Game Showcase, a new initiative built by creators who love games for what they are and not just the games that pay to have them promoted. First up, I'm Hunter. I'm normally behind the camera across gaming and esports events, and I work on social accounts for a ton of different games. My favorite games of all time would probably be RuneScape, Dark Souls 3, Leaf Green, Black Ops 2, and Star Wars Battlefront 2. Then we have Jake Lucky, kind of the point where gaming, esports, and streamers collide. If you look at him for too long, you'll start to wonder why his neck is so long, and if you look at his Twitter for too long, you'll wonder how much Nadeshot paid him to tweet clips of him every single day. His favorite games of all time are RuneScape, Age of Empires 2, Halo Infinite, Jumpstart Adventures with Bodley, and CSGO.
I just can't get back into RuneScape.
A streamer
Too
with
dangerous.
a hatred of spoons and a love for dragon sex, Lua probably has more personality than the rest of us in her pinky. Her favorite games include Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, XCOM 2, Witcher 3, and Mass Effect. Then
No
Luke
notes there.
Stevens,
She's got great
the mind of
taste.
a critic with the heart of a
I like
fan.
Luke Stevens.
Luke breaks down games to their DNA and really looks at everything a game has to offer. Where our brains might be smooth, his is nice and wrinkled. His favorite games of all time are Elden Ring, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Last of Us, Witcher 3, and Batman Arkham City. The fifth and final in-person member this year is IamRob. Rob came from the hell of making Call of Duty videos to the other hell of platinuming games. His favorite games of all time are Witcher 3,
he is an achievement
Halo
hunter.
3,
Right, yeah.
Batman Arkham City, X-Men Legends, and Call of Duty Modern
That's
Warfare
why I
2.
answered that question about
Not
the
to be confused
achievements
with
that way.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 or Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 remastered. Then our final member is Blue Thunder, the man who is always spotlighting the next hidden gem before anyone else sees it coming. He just had a beautiful second child that luckily takes after his wife, so he's not here in person but was a major part of the showcase. His favorite games of all time are Resident Evil 2, Silent Hill 2, Elden Ring, The Last of Us, and Metal Gear Solid 2.
He likes his
Together we're
twos.
pressing
Not The
how we
Last of
think
Us 2
game
though.
Showcases should feel conversational, authentic, and transparent.
We are here to celebrate what actually excites us. Incredible worlds, creative devs, and stories behind those games that we love so much.
There's no paid placements, no marketing scripts, just pure passion and excitement for what's coming up in gaming.
You can expect a wide range of content, including new trailers, fresh gameplay, developer interviews, behind-the-scenes content, and even some updates to your favorite games.
So sit back, grab your drink of choice, and let's dive into some of the games that we think are
Sponsored by
worth your
Coca-Cola.
attention. This is the New Game Plus Game Showcase.
Yeah, also, who picked the name?
New Game.
It's a work in progress.
Wait, what's the name again?
New Game Plus shows the
New
showcase.
plus
of-
the game plus the showcase.
Have we trademarked that yet? Because I don't.
Oh, God.
Well, we have cups.
We
That's
already
most of
got
it.
the cup.
Sick name.
The cups are done,
We
dude.
might have to cut our losses.
There's no changing it up.
Cheers.
Perfect.
I don't know.
Blind
Alright,
Descent,
guys, so
Deep
first
Dish
up, we
Dungeon,
have
and
three
Blood of
awesome
DawnWalker.
games. We have Blind Descent coming from Owlcat. We have Deep Dish Dungeon coming from Behold and Raw Fury, as well as an exclusive interview with the DawnWalker creative director.
We did the playtest of Blind Descent. Really like this. It's where you're like in the caves underneath Mars or within Mars. It was very like colorful. Game show in the living room. Oh my god, yeah. Nice. More music. Oh. It's like dark and darker, but with pixels. goo pile. Oh. Very teamwork focused. Oh shit. Deep dish dungeon. Please don't be it looked like it was PvE. I'm very excited for this one.
Must be here somewhere.
This for me at the moment is a game of the year contender. If it, depending on how it lands. If they can pull it off like The Witcher 3. Who knows?
A DawnWalker is like a special kind of being in our IP. It's neither fully a vampire nor a human. It's something in between. What this means is basically that you, as a DawnWalker, you have underwent a transformation. You used to be human. And now, during the nighttime, you do get all the powers and the difficulties of being a vampire. So you get the blood craving and so on. But during daytime, these powers are dormant, and you still have to eat. You have all the
Easy wish
weaknesses
list
of
for
a
sure.
human, right? But also the perks of being human. One of the things that is unique to humans in our IP is being able to use magic, so casting spells. The Dawnwalkers are not very commonplace in that IP. They are very, very rare, rarer than vampires. So you as a Dawnwalker are kind of special in this regard. I would say the short-term things that have immediate impact on the character development are you have to feed on, you know, either animals or humans on blood suddenly, right? So you get these cravings.
That's
you
cool.
get these like
See all the fangs he
weird,
has.
eerie experiences that you didn't have as a human. Francis and his clique of vampires actually caught him on his low point when he was vulnerable. He has used specific traits of vampiric blood in order to cement his position in the valley. Because, you know, as you might imagine, having a bloodsucker as your lord might be a tough sell. However, if the alternative is getting sick and, you know, dying in thousands, actually it doesn't sound as such a horrible thing. He tries to kind of distort the religious beliefs in order to install himself as a savior of the valley. We do explore this in the game, so you might see, like, for example, statues erected to Francis, new iconography shown in the local cathedral, for example, and in the castle.
It just
and
looks
so
more
on.
Witcher, which I'm
There is this
absolutely
cult of personality he
absolutely
builds
fine
around
with.
himself. So he basically shows himself as something better than the old order, right? We do have a mechanic tied to shrines that are erected across the valley, and Francis puts a lot of attention to kind
like
of
the
twist
smoke
them to his own
teleport.
image. And these do have a functionality. When you play the game, we have assigned specific functions to them. Generally speaking, one of the things we wanted to achieve in this game is to have Francis being this active antagonist. You know, in a lot of games, the antagonists are out there to be defeated, but generally speaking, you have free reign, you do your own thing, and it doesn't really, change much in how they approach you. In this game, what we wanted to do is to have Francis react to your actions as you complete different activities throughout the valley, as you maybe undermine his operations and so on.
It's kind of like his seal of approval.
Exactly. So it's like, so basically the way you can think about it is like the more you do in the valley, especially if you undermine Francis, you will gain notoriety. The more notorious you are, the more edicts Francis will pass in order to thwart you. So for example, he might send out more soldiers to patrol roads and villages, right? He might, in some extreme cases, maybe even initiate a lockdown of the city to basically hamper your ways of traversing it, right? There is a number of these edicts we have prepared, and each of them is designed to kind of twist and change the general open world gameplay. It also has benefits. There are factions in the valley that dislike Francis, so the more notoriety you gain, the better standing with them you get, like they actually like that. There is a number of plot lines that you can follow if you want. You can also cut them off because we have added these systems where, for example, you might lose control over Cohen when he's a vampire if he was hungry. You might kill off some important NPCs, and then the plot line just cuts off basically, or you get some alternative version. There are some ways to enter the castle in the open world. You can ignore these side plot lines. You can level up Cohen and decide to attack the castle on your own, right?
Out of curiosity, is there romance in the game?
Romance, yes, of course. We do have romance options, yes. We didn't delve deep into like with whom yet.
Okay.
And, I'll leave that.
Yeah, just on a chaos
the
system.
future
Kill more,
talk
be more
about.
to kill maybe.
However, yes, you can expect to build relationships with characters. Like I said, there is like one main goal, very varying ways to get to it. These different ways that you pick will impact, you know, what happens with Veil Sangora in the end, and it's all up to you. And I think, I really recommend experimenting with this stuff and having fun with it.
First one, Blind Ascent,
Looks
Martian, survival.
Your vampire wife,
adventure.
Gives me Subnautica vibes, and in the best way possible. I really like it, but like more with land exploration, which is really cool. I honestly can't wait to try it.
We're also going to see a lot of survival games today. So I think it all
Lot of
comes
survival
down to what
games.
the ultimate depth of the game is.
Vifey.
My first thought when I saw Martian land was No Man's Sky. That's obviously like maybe a reach for expectation wise, and then definitely a tall task. But when I heard Martian, I thought No Man's Sky-esque.
Like you said, a lot of survival games, but I think it's popular right now, and I'm hopeful that a lot of them do it right. But this is like going underneath Mars and has aliens. It looks interesting. I like it.
I'm intrigued about the variety of ecosystems and aliens and plants that they bring up.
Well, like you said, it's popular right now because people like them. And so they share a lot of things mechanically, but for me, it's usually the vibe. And this one has a vibe.
Yeah, it's a good vibe.
That's why I wonder how that gameplay loop goes. Like, how far down can you go? What kind of biomes are you experiencing as you continue to go down? And like you said, with survivals, we see like a lot of the same loops. So how can they?
Are there trees you can cut?
Yeah, like again, we're gonna talk about it a lot, but if you can cut a tree down, I'm good for survival.
That's why the last Caretaker did so well.
At that point,
I'm the target.
Like really
I'm the
different
target audience.
gameplay and loop.
Then we have Deep Dish Dungeon, co-op dungeon crawling.
Intrigued by this one.
Survival game,
That's quite interesting.
handcrafted dungeon. You gather resources, cook.
It made me want to play
party,
Dishonored.
Party up with friends.
It's on my list
I'm
to play that
excited
again.
for it.
Speaking of vibes, this thing is a vibe. Like, I don't know what you'd call that art style, but whatever it is, like injected into my
Kind of
veins.
retro, right?
It's like pixel art, but then they also have like some voxel type tech for digging and breaking things. I don't know, whatever it is, I like
What's
it.
voxel type tech?
Okay, so when Luke said voxel, that's big word count number 1 of the day. When I see that, I'm very basic. I'm like, that's got to be some form of pixel art, which is definitely coming back. I feel like we're seeing more games kind of pull back that old view, that old like Minecraft pixel art, whatever you want to call it, voxel view.
I will be honest with you guys. While you guys are talking about pixels, I'm thinking I hope I can kill my teammates in funny ways. So sure, we'll go with the pixels.
Yeah, we were watching the trailer together, and the first thing she was saying was like, hey, how do I kill those I'm with?
I mean, I have to imagine it's a dungeon crawling game about cooking in the dungeon. Surely you're gonna be able to accidentally poison yourselves.
Do you think you can get like bad ingredients on purpose to murder your?
I bet you're.
my God.
I bet.
She just wants to murder her teammates.
So I wonder though, with it being like in dungeons, like if they're gonna have an in-game proximity chat kind of thing.
I hope
It's one of my favorite things in games like this when you're like walking through and you can hear your friend off in the distance. I wonder if they'll do something like that.
The Lethal Company
effects
where they're like,
Especially if you can hear them
meant to be
screaming.
enjoyed
Screaming,
with
right.
friends, for sure.
Yeah, like at
Me
least
and Jake gonna be in their edition in that dungeon.
like at least a co-op. He's across the world. I'm like, Rob, you there?
I'm dishing, baby. I'm dishing.
I'm dishing. Making
Can you
dinner.
bring the carrot?
What are you making?
Lasagna.
Yeah, no, but it looks very promising though.
Next up, we have DawnWalker. Lua had a crazy conversation with her creative director. Single player, vampire, RPG. It looks incredible. I think the 30-day system is awesome and, like you said, gives weight to things. And then the whole, like, there's so many decisions you can make.
What I find really interesting about the game is that Cohen, the protagonist, is half vampire, half man. And even though, like, all of that sounds great by itself, there's even another layer where at night, of course, he can use vampiric abilities that he doesn't get to use during the daytime. His combat's different. He's not using a sword, he's using claws. And then in the daytime, of course, there's NPCs walking around, and there's, you know, maybe patrols going around that aren't there at night, but then there's different ones at night. So
and you can use magic as human. You can use magic as a vampire.
Yes, and basically what they're trying to do is to not just have the time be an element of certain actions to take it forward, but also whether you're playing in day or night, quest lines play out completely differently because people are in different spots, their behaviors are different. This person may be asleep, so you can't talk to them,
have different
but somebody
abilities.
else is there. Exactly.
Well, The Witcher 3
sounds
is my
interesting.
personal favorite.
Jake Lucky
game of
said he
all time.
grew the beard for 6
and
months.
This is former Witcher 3 developers working on this, and so much of that charm was prevalent there.
The music.
The music, just that soundtrack in the short little snippet we saw there, I felt it.
I love that simple separation between day and night and different things coming with your character.
That's got to be like the coolest part of it.
Yeah, because it's got to probably tailor to your gameplay of like, I got to wait to make this choice during the nighttime versus during the daytime where I can use certain abilities or different combat styles. I love that part of it.
And so I could foresee a run through, like a play style where you're playing only at night for missions. You're just doing stealthy vampire stuff, and you're eating people or you're drinking blood rather, not eating people. I don't know, maybe it's not away. But
whatever
you know,
you want.
the dark run through versus like the light run through in the daytime. The vegan run through.
The vegan run through.
Which has one of those
The vegan vampire.
Run, DawnWalker.
Yeah, vegan.
Sponsored by the
Vampire style, of course.
The fact that they revealed a little bit about more Brensis, the Overlord, is also a system. He really talked a lot about systems that they have not spoke on yet at all, and didn't with us either.
Like the edicts. As you go around the world trying to find your information, you can side with different people, and depending on what you do, you can make the Brensis quite upset. So he can start making laws and rules to stop you from progressing in a certain way.
I also like that Brensis as an antagonist is not just like pure evil, doing all sorts of horrible stuff. Like he is helping the people in some ways in order to, you know, get control of them, but he's like curing them of the plague. Like he offers them something they aren't getting elsewhere. So he's doing bad stuff, but there's nuance.
And that typically makes for really, really good stories.
Harder choices to be made,
perspective and never a clear-cut good or bad.
Yeah, because I bet you there's gonna be a moment where it's like
one
you
of
could
the
stop it,
charms.
like his influence in an area, that means they're gonna die of the plague. So it's like, do you let the bad guy do the thing that you're trying to stop him to do, or?
And it's also about perspective. These people were ruled by a very tyrannical leader before, so even though Brensis is a vampire, to them, he may as well be a savior, right?
For the
Oh,
next
it is
section,
beautiful
we
light.
have
There we go.
Again,
I thought it was from the little glimpse of
every
it.
single time, but we have Prologue, Go Way Back from Player Unknown, Beautiful Light from Deep Worlds, and Project Shadowglass from Starhelm Studios.
I've heard mixed things about this prologue Go Way Back.
It's just an infinite map generator with some game loops on top of it. So you have a survival loop, which is
Apparently it's
pretty
cool,
hard.
but there's not
Get
a lot
the
to do.
weather tower, we give you a map and a compass and not much else. Some basic survival mechanics, and it's a game against yourself.
This is already out right now.
And kind of the decisions you make. Then we also have just objective survive, which is just see how long you can last in the world. And
Might pick
free
this up
roam
and
for
give it a go.
just like a hike. The differentiator, or the thing that makes a difference, is that we can generate essentially infinite maps of 8x8 scale. Like we have a map editor in the game and stuff like that, but we want to be able to give you the ability to give a deep link to someone. So I can just send you like a HTTP link that starts up the game, loads a map and a seed, and I can share stuff I've built with you.
That's pretty cool.
With just a link, right? So it's kind of Go Way Back is just, it's a technological
You can never play it.
experiment.
Why is that,
improving
Chesy?
Some technology we've developed. It's no longer an experiment, it's in production, so it works.
I haven't checked it out at all, not even the demo.
So going back to my love of survival games and those kind of emergent, just I'm not giving anyone missions to do, it's just get there.
It looks like
and how
my
you get
thing.
there is fully up to you. Basically, if you play the same seed, you get the same
But I heard
weather,
it's not
I'm
like
pretty
my
sure
thing.
You get the same cabin layout, and you maybe get the same loot.
Like it's just
So
a walking
you
sim.
and 4 friends could technically race to the weather tower and see who gets there first, because you have the same conditions. And while we don't have multiplayer yet, you have this kind of asynchronous multiplayer that, as long as you can share the seed with people. And I thought, wouldn't that be a cool thing for events.
Novelty
where
war
you
of
have
30
16
seconds in.
streamers
Right, yeah, yeah.
and see how long they can survive in objective survive mode, right? Or see who can race to the weather tower quickest, or we can set up the weather just to get.
So how long you could
colder
survive,
and see
maybe,
who
that's pretty
lasts
cool.
longest. There's a weather tower on top of one of the higher points on the map. It's generally the other side of the map. We do have prompts now that tell you what to do in the world, but yeah, there's some simple survival mechanics. Keep yourself warm, keep yourself dry, light fires, board up windows, keep your body in a good temperature, get across the map. And we don't tell you where you are on the map, except when you find a new map in the world.
That's quite
and it
interesting.
updates your position. You're
Get the bits I'll watch
for
about
basic
later.
navigation.
Well,
It's
no
kind
worries,
of set in
Christian.
the
Have a good
80s,
one.
So
Thanks for stopping by.
we don't have digital GPS, stuff like that. I want to make sure that the worlds we're generating have enough depth that when we add story and mission and quest-based content, that the worlds feel like coherent and real enough that it makes sense. Like, I want to have pathing, I want to have like infrastructure, like telephone lines, this kind of stuff, so the cabins aren't just random cabins in the forest, that there seems to be some, like, you know, logical placement of stuff in the world.
Oh, that's
and
cool.
once we have those in, then we can more easily go, well, okay, you need to connect all the substations to bring power to the weather tower so you can get a message or go and do various things. Right now there's a bunch of cabins and there's survival mechanics, but we want to add a lot more depth to the environment.
That's cool.
Tech demo. That I always said I wanted to release a free tech demo of the engine we're building, and that's what Preface is. And the kind of poetic thing is that my last game will be Preface, because it'll just be a visualization of what's possible with our engine at that time. And it's more like Minecraft Survival, that it's an example of what you can do with the engine, and it'll be open source and free for everyone, so you can do whatever you want. So having this kind of digital space, like an internet in 3D, I don't see anyone working towards that. I see small bubbles, but I don't see anyone really trying to do Earth-scale terrain with millions of people. And that's kind of the bigger goal, and that's why we've broken it down into 3 games. The aim is that you should be able to do anything from 10 by 10 to 100 by 100 with 5v5 or 100v100 relatively easily and not have any problems. We will build maybe an Earth-scale terrain, maybe smaller, with hopefully a network layer that supports millions of people. That will be kind of a survival civilization MMO type game. But again, that's just one layer of the world. Like, I want you to be able to just
got a lot of
go around the
ideas
world and see what's happening, because you should be able to, like, I think if you want to interact with the world, there should be a layer of survival you have to do, or a layer of gameplay in order to kind of leave your impression on the world.
Yeah, seems interesting, that one. I feel bad for trashing it because it's good they're going. It's a good thing they're going for it. Yeah. Oh, this beautiful light though. This is what I'm psyched for. If Diegetic was a game, it's this. Love the little arm pad thing. The only thing I'm not as much of a fan of the idea is that other players can be the aliens. I would have rather it been a PvE. That extinction, was it level 0 extinction or whatever it was? That struggled with that because it's always got the thing of balance. I think the PvE would be amazing on this though. Looks so good. I understand it's like 6 or 7 like teams of 3 and then a handful of like players that play as a monster that you can see here. You gotta like get in, get out, get the extracts. It's for Death by Daylight. It's enter secure extract, yeah. Beautiful light. It's a bit more like Tarkov, but instead of
where pixels were
players coming in.
2D.
Oh, look at this.
Now
Instead of all players coming as humans, some coming as aliens.
I'm just with you. I'm Dominic John, the dev behind Project Shadowglass, a 3D pixelated RPG that's a love letter to classic immersive sims like Thief and System Shock. This video is a series of prototype rooms that I've been working on some of the core systems in. No art, no assets will be generated by AI. This is all human-made, hand-placed, made by me and artists like me because we love what we do.
That's cool. Yeah, he's made it off of that AI joke, yeah. Like, that kind of spite is what I, like, aim for. It's pretty cool. It's too right, though. It's too much like AI slop.
If you have headphones, I would highly suggest wearing them. All the audio in Project Shadowglass is going to be 3D, and not just 3D, but simulated. The music emanating from this orb is going into the left ear and the right ear, but as I change the size of the space,
that's cool.
You can hear the character of the sounds change.
Stuff like that where I'm like, how do you even code that? How do people make games? Jesus.
We can still hear it coming from the opening in each ear.
That's just a moment of flexing at that point. It looks really good, actually. I guess at the moment it's tech.
Shadowglass Discord today, so if you have any ideas or suggestions or just want to follow along, feel free to wishlist Project Shadowglass on Steam. I hope you enjoyed this sneak peek on
That's gonna be a
wish list.
wishlist.
Thank you so much, all the crew at New Game Plus, for having me. Be well, my friends.
Yeah, that was like 3 minutes of that guy flexing, with every right.
ProRogue Go Way Back, another survival game that we're seeing, and we were talking, it's a bare bones survival game where there is no common enemy. Your enemy is the elements, where you just have to try and survive and make it to that point. So if you guys don't know Brennan Green, he not only was behind the Battle Royale mode of H1Z1, which we talked a long time about, he was also the creator of PUBG. So people have a lot of faith in him and what he calls his 10-year plan. And he talks about his ultimate goal being he wants 1 million players on a server. He wants the internet to be made 3D and for all of us to actually truly be able to play together. Which I know is a crazy transition from us talking about a survival game.
Player survival game?
Like we want to cover their survival game because I love survival games, and they're going to be branching out in this game for the next few years until they have multiplayer, until they have weapons, and they have PvE and animals to fight against. Okay. But it's also part of a much bigger picture.
Also story. He mentioned they will be adding also a story to the
things
world.
to do, yeah.
Yes.
Some people just got too much skill.
Like the most ambitious, one of the most ambitious projects out there right now.
Yeah,
I mean, it's crazy to
What's
think
so funny about him is that he's like, yeah, I want like millions of players to be playing together on like a gigantic map, but you know, not to undersell it.
Shoot for the stars, brother. Shoot for the stars.
No one's done that yet. Next game we talked about was Beautiful Light by Deep Worlds SA. That's a PvPvE tactical extraction shooter. There are 6 3-person squads. There's also a lot of anomalies and monsters and stuff that we saw in it. Looks like I'm gonna be scared.
It looks very scary.
I mean, I appreciated that it was very immersive. Like he had the sort of Pip-Boy looking thing over there.
Yeah.
And speaking of big words, I actually looked up what that's called. It's called diegetic UI.
Oh, did you say diegetic?
Diegetic.
Thinking the same.
Diegetic.
Write that one down.
We're also looking at that word.
But it's really, really cool in games like this, especially because it's like hyper immersive. Yeah. There's no UI popping up being like, oh, attack incoming. It's just, no, you are in the moment, you're in the game, listen around you, look at the thing on the character itself. I love that.
So you can play as a monster,
yeah.
or as
really?
or as the soldier. Is there controller support?
I don't know. Great question.
Luality, she just threw up in her mouth.
I have nothing against controllers, but I believe there's a right time for mouse and keyboard and a right time for keyboards. And he believes that the right time for a controller is when you're playing shooter games. It's obviously better than mouse and keyboard is better for that. But not for
Nerd,
him.
of course you know
I
that.
edit my own YouTube videos with a controller. if
Yeah,
I
he
could.
said that
That's
earlier.
How, that's how passionate.
Oh, this
Which
guy loves a
is
controller.
A patently insane thing to say.
Yeah, then we have Project Shadow Glass.
Voxel art. I really enjoyed the
This is Starhelm Studios. It's an immersive sim.
This guy just flexed.
We've all seen it. I think it went viral
So good.
from that AI post. There was like an AI post that looked just like it, and then he was like, "I'm making a game like this. It's not AI."
I looked up the video because he has a YouTube channel where you can actually see kind of behind the scenes. And when that clip of the AI generated art went viral, he saw it and thought like, I didn't think anybody wanted this. I was just like, it was a fun side project. And then he saw people wanted it and thought it looked awesome, and he put it out, but it's real.
Well, we talked about it earlier. You know, there's a desire for stuff like that. Yeah. More simplicity, kind of retro feel.
It feels like the game is still like learning what it wants to be. Like he's working on the graphics, the basics, the music, and as like they have a bow and an arrow, and hopefully as they work on the project, they start feeling what it will grow to be, what kind of game it will develop itself into.
Does a good
my
opinion,
understanding is
yeah.
right now it is just Project Shadow Glass, and then it's going to eventually become like a video game, but right now it's just kind of proof of concept that the art works, the
Quite
crazy
articulate
math
as well.
behind it works, and like
For it not being a
can
first
grow
language.
to a game, but it's certainly very, very
Well, I wish him nothing but success.
Yeah, he seems like
because it seems like I
awesome
just
dude.
love a good
Yeah.
passion project. You can tell there's a lot of heart in that.
Agreed.
And I feel like I initially, like everyone else, why I went so viral, I got attached to that same artwork, but then when he further explains and shows you some concepts that you weren't expecting out of a game with that artwork or that design, when he's showing that you said the R6 lean in there. And you,
Oh yeah, that threw me off. The little bow
Yeah, it's like,
behind.
whoa.
I was like, is that a Rainbow Six
You threw that,
Siege?
you threw that in there, and then of course they got the wall grapple, and then with the whole audio design as well. I mean, I'm definitely.
I remember seeing that clip that went viral. I remember seeing it. I was like, wow, that looks incredible. Like walking up to the castle.
Well, Felion, The Expanse.
This section, we
There you
have
go.
three, what I would consider kind of
And
sci-fi
Distant
games,
Shore.
a little bit, but we have
I'm excited for
Felion
these.
from Don't Nod, which we have an incredible look behind the scenes of the music with the composer themselves, as well as The Expanse Osiris Reborn from Owlcat. If you're familiar with The Expanse, super exciting, and also Distant Shores, Brittany.
Don't Nod a very good developer. I really like the stuff they put out. Your like crew member is like injured or something.
My name is Amin Bouafa. I'm a film music composer, and I am the composer for Aphelion, the video game. I remember having a message from Talal saying that he loved the score of Summit of the Gods, and they are working in a new video game, and inviting me to come to the studio and to meet the team. It was very important for me to understand how the music would be interactive. So how to compose, how to write music that would be interactive, with models, with stems, with separating the different elements, and at the same time, how could the music, how the structure of the music would be an evolving structure. It was very important for me first to have
They
the
released it
story
yet
of
for this
Ariane
one.
and Thomas, like that. The log line is the story, both of them. So there is a theme that conveys this emotional relationship between them, and then the frozen aspect of the music. I mean, for me, it was very important first to feel the cold in the music, to feel the wind, to feel the ice. It's an instrument that had been invented by the Bachet brothers in the mid-20th century. For me, it looks like an alien instrument. When you see it, cannot even
This is stuff
predict that it's
I nerd out on as well.
It's a musical instrument. To play the instrument, you need to get your hands in water, and then rub crystal buttons that are in this metal structure. Could convey this frozen identity of the score, and at the same time having this magical sense of in the score.
Grand organ. Never seen something like that. Nah.
There is a sacred feeling also to this planet. It's a huge planet, but I wanted
Some of the
to
organ.
get this huge instrument and that it could also play very soft. The organ has a lot of sounds. It could be very soft, it could be very aggressive, it could be large, it could be intimate. For me, it's the planet. The planet could be very welcoming and suddenly very, how to say, very dangerous and very sacred at the same time. So I thought that the organ could be this, could give this majestuous feeling to the score.
It's really cool.
I'm so happy to write the music for Aphelion. It's the first time for me to write a video game score, and it's a lot of fun and a lot of passion.
Looks like will be a cool like cinematic narrative game. $2026. Hyped for this as a Mass Effect like.
Discussions at the early stages of the production, to be honest, whether to go fully class system or something else. And again, we started with sitting down and lining up what are possible ways that the player might perceive the game. The power fantasies, how he can express himself in combat. So he might want to be a sniper, he might want to be a hacker, maybe an
gameplay
engineer,
walk across the world and do what?
As we designed those play styles,
Probably be exploring puzzles.
how to mix it up a bit, how to let player to experiment with what he encounters during the game.
6 to 8 hour narrative,
for example,
probably.
when he finds a neat shoulder cannon, as we shown in the announcement trailer, even if he's a sniper, he might want to experiment with that. Why not? It fits the universe, it fits the playstyle. He might want to see how it works, and so we decided why not to give him the possibility to do that. That was the idea behind the playstyle. So playstyle is basically the starting preset that kind of gently guides you towards the certain direction of your power fantasy of how you play the game. At some point, the player will need to commit to his choices. So again, it's an important part of the choices system. You know, if you just can switch everything on the fly, that kind of makes your choices less important. So at some point you need to stick to particular guns, particular gadgets, and you just build around them. We give you some time to experiment, but you will need to commit. During the character creation, you will have to choose between 3 major factions, your origin, so you'll be either Belter or Earther or Martian. Facial customization, appearance, you can choose your body type.
So you will be playing as a Pinkwater mercenary with different type of origin that you would create. You will have your sibling with the same identical one. They will look a little bit different because they're their own person. They have their own personality. These events are set during the first 3 books, I think. You will start on Iris and witness basically the events from a different angle, and this part will be to some degree shown in your character creation.
Every companion should belong somewhere in the universe, and they have their own background, consisting of their faction and their acquaintance. They have some background story, their own struggles. All this stuff will influence how they perceive the situations player encounters. So in every major plot event, they will have their opinions. They might hint you towards some decisions. They might provide you some assistance, or maybe even some crucial contacts to go for help, for advice, for military support. maybe. Of course, they will have their own stories, their own struggles, and
like Mass Effect and Starfield.
To help them, or maybe to ignore their own stories, totally depending on how you want to be invested in this particular companion. The choices you make for those companions also will matter in long term.
Yep, some of them will have romances, and you can see on our background companions.
Perfect,
we cannot say who is going to have romance, but there will definitely be romance in our game.
It's a small crew on the small ship. You know, the expanse.
People put a lot of importance on that.
Everyone flies in very tight spaces for a very long time, so there is a dynamics in the crew as well. We have
try, but
a
have
few
to look in
layers
at some
of the
point
combat
when more
system.
games do
First of
this.
all,
I know.
it's obviously the gunplay.
Good.
A few classes of weapons that you can use, and mostly you do it from the covers, so it's a cover-based gunplay game. And the second layer of the combat system is that's your abilities. That they might be more like offensive ones, maybe something like a grenade or a shoulder cannon, or maybe something more defensive like a shield, or maybe
cool.
a protective drone. And a lot of gadgets that you can choose from depending on your playstyle.
No.
And, as Julia mentioned,
Dash with the shield.
Playstyles that are mostly focused on using your gadgets rather than using your weapons. Third layer, but still very important, that's obviously your companions. They have their impact on the combat. They have what we call combat opportunities. That's a particular situations when you can order your companion to use
cool with the lights in the visor
in the arena, in the environment, to gain a certain advantage in combat. We decided against the management, the gameplay part of the survival stuff. So you won't be counting your gallons of reaction mass or how much water you need to recycle before it dries out, nothing like that. But still, the expanse universe is very dangerous. So in terms of narrative, the survival will be a part of the game. You will have a tremendous enemy. You will have a lot of very dangerous situations that you will have to get out somehow. There will be a lot of survival in terms of your player experience, just not as a particular mechanic. You will be able to fly around the solar system. Nice. You will be able to visit various planets. We mentioned it before that we have
space
Luna,
travel,
Mars, Ceres, Io, and some other cool places to visit. And some of those places will be like major social hubs where you can just walk around, meet other people, drink at the bar, shop for.
This looks interesting, Jersey.
Stuff like that. So
Mass Effect.
You will have plenty of places to go and to
older,
and
but
to
would tide you over while you wait
universe
for
is
this.
cruel,
So
and,
good.
Some characters might
It's looking
die
great
because of your choices. Stay tuned for more, and we will show more very soon. Have something cooking. I hope you will like it.
It's like we're tired of waiting for Mass Effect 5.
Welcome back, Aaron.
We're gonna make our own one.
Trust your flight was smooth. We have landed you on the outskirts of Genyak Island. Stay alert.
Hey, Aaron, it's Thomas. You know, your brother. You said you would visit me here, but you never did. Look, bygones be bygones.
Survival?
Find me in the West Zone. I'll be waiting.
Oh. Like a portal system, but like push and pull mechanic. Oh, okay.
Sometimes I dream about what's under the ocean. A distant shore, waiting to be explored.
That's pretty cool. I'm getting like Portal and Mirror's Edge, and yeah, this looks sweet. Is this just like a narrative jumping playground though, or is it like... Seems like it might be like a series of jumping puzzles to climb up. Looks interesting. like what Portal did, but with the magnets instead. Very interesting. Music's quite nice as well. Yeah, it looks like the jumping puzzles in Clair Obscure. It was really interesting. I think this would be one I'd check out. Loads of interesting ways to like make the puzzles work. He could just use his hands for some of this and plug that cable in. He didn't need to show off like that, but I mean, I guess you might as well. It's how it all interacts together. Like magnetizing it all. Yeah, I've had Jedi powers, yeah. It's basically like Magneto, the simulator, isn't it? Bending all this metal. And the weather's changing. There's a day-night cycle as well. And there's enemies. Or bosses, maybe. Okay. Seems really interesting. I seem a bit mixed, though, on the genre and what it's trying to be. It seems really nice. Unique, like, gameplay.
Such a peaceful place to be seen. It's a wonderful way to be free.
Distant Shore, Britannia.
Let's start with Aphelion.
My understanding is it's a dual protagonist game, so you'll actually be swapping back and forth as they sort of work together. And I'm sure there's parts where you're separated, parts where maybe you're together, working together.
Very emotional story.
There's so much potential for stories like that. The dual protagonists, seeing it
like
converge.
I've seen much like this, so that's good.
It's going to be an emotional game, especially when they put so much emphasis in the music. I feel like music is a tool to catalyst emotions, so it's definitely something that
We were actually talking about that earlier today, music and video, and not just video games, and art in general, and media.
Good music changes
It changes everything.
From a game being a good game to a memorable game, a game that will stick with you in a long time. So.
Well, and Donut has a pretty storied background when it comes to narrative games, whether it's like Life is Strange or like one of my old school favorites, Vampire. Like they try different stuff.
They did
weird
Banishes
stuff
as well.
Sometimes, and so this is exciting to see them doing something.
They were
different.
using
good stuff, don't
super alien music instruments. So.
Yeah. What was it called? Is that
a Crystal Bachette?
Crystal.
Oh, you're talking about the hand wedding one?
Yeah.
You're really into this hand wedding, right? That's like the only
I
thing
kind
you
of want
took
to
away.
try it, honestly.
I mean,
how do you discover that technique of like, oh, that makes that, yeah.
This is an
Crystal
award-winning
Bachette.
composer of the Summit of the Gods as well. So what I find super impressive is just, I feel like people sleep on music so much in games, and then you see
I agree.
behind the scenes of this entire, like, they're in a famous church in Paris playing the organ.
Actually has been a blast to see video game music evolve during the years. Like, video games has some great music, like...
It's one of those things, when it's working, like a lot of time you don't think about it. When music is really good
Oh,
in a
you're
game,
thinking
you
about?
don't really think about it. But then when it's exceptional, like an Expedition or like the Witcher vibes, then you really remember it. But a lot of the games you play, you probably don't look up the soundtrack, even though the game is pretty good,
Ironically, my Spotify rap this year was like mostly video game scores. I think there's often correlation though, whenever a developer does take the music very seriously. in a game, it
I'm
often
sure,
reflects.
I'm sure they're taking other parts
It
out.
reflects in every other.
Often have music volume set to 5 or 10% is 100% just annoying.
The best
Yeah.
scores ever. Like
I
you just saw
lower it a
Witcher
little
3
bit.
or
Sometimes it's not
whatever.
mixed
I mean,
that great.
It correlates to everything else. Every other aspect of the game, they take it seriously. So.
Another sci-fi game that is probably one of the most anticipated sci-fi games for a very long time is The Expanse: Osiris Reborn, which is from Owlcat as well. It is a third-person action RPG.
Basically Mass Effect 5, and I'm here for it.
The Expanse is a book and a show, so they're taking inspiration from both, but at the same time, it doesn't require previous knowledge of either for you to be able to enjoy this. In this game, you're going to be living more or less through what happens in the show. However, from a different perspective, from a different side, with your own group of people, with your own environment, that you got to make your own choices.
I think an important thing to frame all of the Expanse game with is that coming from Owlcat, they are a studio that did like Rogue Trader, for example. Their bread and butter is intense, gritty narratives with unbelievable levels of roleplay depth and choice and consequence, complex systems that interweave, and so seeing them go into
Music's
this,
insane,
which is of course a third-person cover-based shooter with many RPG mechanics. It's a different road, and I asked them about that in our interview, and it was like, how did this happen? Because typically they do sort of an isometric thing.
Can't if there's lyrics.
When we decided we wanted to tackle the Expanse, it required that cinematic flair, and that's what they tackled, and they're doing a phenomenal job. I mean, the game looks beautiful.
It looks very interesting to me. It looks kind of like Dead Space meets Gears of War,
It's
kind
more
of
like
gameplay-wise. It did. Or, Mass Effect as well.
Luality again with
the reputation you have with your companions will change.
She knows ball.
They told us we'll disagree with some of the stuff you do. They'll get upset or
they will have their own opinions.
They'll have their own opinions, and they
I feel
also,
like
one interesting tidbit they
Luke and Luality, who like know their shit,
choices in the game,
and the other two that are there just to like flavor it up as well.
What you just said to them is going to
sure they know their shit as well.
This thing over here, it will, but that's all behind the scenes.
Third game was Distant Shore, Brittany. This is what went viral as almost a portal.
It's an interesting way of doing the show, isn't it? Like free game trailers, discuss it. Free game trailers, discuss it. I quite like it though.
You know, it's one of those games like you didn't.
It's quite an interesting way of doing it.
You wanted, but then you see it, and you're like, oh, that looks like it tickles a part of my brain. Yeah.
Like we've seen versions of it before, but with everything it combines, because it makes everyone think of a different game when you see it. Because we've heard Half-Life, we've heard Portal. I thought of Only Up during some parts of it.
Yeah, I had Only Up.
And other puzzles.
Mirror's Edge a little bit with like the parkouring, wall moving stuff.
See, it makes us think of so many different things at once. So I think it's gonna do.
Just
really
watching some of that gameplay, I could see the rage already.
Oh yeah, the boss.
Oh yeah,
not happening.
Well, and I think it's also really cool that they have
Pretty chill as a game show. Yeah,
you can tell it started with the idea of using magnets to like manipulate the environment, but then they're like, okay, well, we could raise the stakes, take it up a notch with these boss fights that are organic in the space. And
it also
some people are
mixes up
can't
because
study or
it's
work
not
about
just
music.
a puzzle game, so there is more to it and more that you.
Yeah, there's a
I can't write an email
as well. It's more than just a puzzle game. Like there's a narrative behind
if I've got lyrical music on. If I've got like background music, it'd be fun.
Perfectly happy with that, but then they go and build on that with a story, boss fights, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, if it's not just reach a destination or do a final thing, but it's actually a narrative, like you said, that's really cool.
I think it's one to keep an eye on. Yeah.
We've got Avowed and Grounded. We've got the Obsidian.
Two very exciting updates coming from Obsidian, that being some updates for Avowed as well.
I need to try Grounded too.
We also got exclusive time with them.
I still need to finish Grounded 1.
Which were very exciting.
Remember when me and you played that, Shammy? We did that way back when it first came out into early access. I think we did some of that, didn't we?
Avowed is a Obsidian first-person action RPG set in the world of Pillars of Eternity, where the player plays as an envoy sent by the Emperor of Adir to the Living Lands to investigate a mysterious.
I did not get time to check out Avowed this year, or last year.
Chaos, and you play as the.
I'm sad about that. It's on my list to get and have a look at.
Kind of going on down there. Do things that affect it in positive ways, negative ways, or in between type of ways. You know, with that type of choice and consequence. In terms of
way back.
Post-launch things we've been
2020,
on it, you know,
2021.
Like a bunch of abilities added to the ranger and fighter trees to kind of more fill it out comparatively to the wizard tree. Aspects about it that are like arachnophobia mode, that was like a big requested feature, as well as, you know, changes to progression, improvements there,
just hide the legs,
improvements, and as well as bug fixes and crash fixes.
And you can play now as the different species.
Yeah, we've added different species.
Yeah.
The Amauin, Orlins, and Dwarves are now playable. A lot of our decisions we make are revolving around the player community, so we work, really closely with our community management team. We get like a spreadsheet, kind of see what the things that are bubbling to the top. Like an example, like quarterstaff was something where just we wanted to feel like more like a wizard, right? That kind of wizardy vibe, as well as playing as Orlins. Like I think players just were bummed that we didn't.
It was quite fun.
Didn't include that in the base game. So I mean, it really comes down to like.
Did you enjoy
the
it,
time
Chelsea?
And what the community wants, and that's kind of how we decide to go about it. Yeah.
We notice like players really role play their characters in the game, so we always want to give them as many options.
I feel like I would love this, to be fair.
Customize their features.
I just didn't get around to picking it up.
To kind of
just trying to find the time.
In this world, as the journey
RPGs are like
story,
daunting now.
We just wanted to give them as
and then end
many
up spending
possible
hundreds of hours in a
options
survival
they can
game.
to really make the character
You played as well,
they
Shammy?
want to make, and just make it just
You
their
can
own.
treat that way, it's really good. Okay,
Stuff like,
that's cool.
All the playable races, we discussed it early on and about. It's something to both previous Pillars games had. It's a lot of work and a difficult thing to really nail down, especially in Avowed with its parkour systems and its combat mechanics and all the weapon types and stuff like that.
It's very
in the
colorful.
game. Our different races are different sizes, they're different shapes, they're a
Like
very
like
unique
Skyrim and
game
Outer Worlds.
experience when you play as each one of them in a first-person game specifically. So it was
A
something
bit like
like
Dragon
Ninja
Age.
Wrangle for Avowed. We had no time to finish it as we're making Avowed, and now we can give it to the players, so it's a more rounded experience compared to the original Pillars games. It should be a whole new way to play the game. If you pick an Orlin or an Amawa, it makes you feel completely different in the world, especially if you use third person or first person. It changes it again, how you feel and present in this game, so it's pretty awesome.
Okay,
that we can
makes it
finally
quite
do
like
that.
tiny then.
Game Plus allows
Very
the
Skyrim-esque,
player
yeah.
to bring over all their abilities, all their equipable gear. It does reset it back to level 1, so it's not like you're just outright OP basically. But
That's cool.
You'll have the end game gear with all its like enchants to be able to just start the new game, as well as we have like a
Like the vibrancy, it makes every area feel different, and the dark areas feel so contrast by comparison. It was good.
Modifiers that make them more resistance to being stun
Little
locked.
spirit
or
bear.
reacted.
That's cool.
And that kind of gets sprinkled in kind of somewhat randomly throughout that new Game Plus experience to kind of get that added challenge, but also let the player still feel somewhat like they're accumulating their abilities over the course of multiple playthroughs. So.
We notice players like to take photos of their envoys, but it's very difficult in the game. You have to get the camera just right to get a certain distance from the character, or capture the shot in a conversation when you see your character. So this allows you to really get into it and capture some awesome shots or some scary shots, depending which way you're going.
We're super excited to announce that Avowed's finally going to come out to PS5. Pre-orders are going to be live today. Keep an eye out on our socials, and we'll announce when the store page is open.
I thought it was already on PS5. There you go. I guess all Xbox games are coming to PS5 these days now anyway, so. This looks really cool. Like, real good evolution from the first Grounded.
Grounded 2 is a survival game. It is set in a gigantic city park. You play as a teenager who has been shrunken to roughly the
It's
size
in a
of
garden
your
last
pants,
time.
and you just have to survive in this environment with, insects that are the size of a bus, and figuring out how to eat and get some water and fight those bugs and craft new materials and new weapons. As you go and gain in power and get over those initial survival challenges, you can sort of get into the story of what has really happened in this park. A number of huge updates planned for the park. This is the first big content update that we have. We've been calling it the winter update. It's really about adding in this next big chunk to the park, and that comes with a lot of things that are very, very
It's
exciting
Justin
for
Vasquez,
us.
the
With
Eidos
this
Montreal.
winter update,
Are they
which
part
is
of, they part of
community
Obsidian now?
garden, is attached right to that early picnic
We,
area.
we could
on
do
the
Grounded
map.
2
It's
after
just
Abiotic
east of
Factor.
it, behind the gigantic statue of Tully
That could be a
and
good shout.
Virgil. This was our opportunity to really start delving into
This
a
is
brand
good.
new biome with everything that entailed. You've got a vegetable garden, you've got a greenhouse, and you've got a pumpkin patch. All of these introduce a lot of new and different types of artwork and places for the player to explore. And then, of course, then we need all the insects that go in these areas too. And so a ton of new insects that are in there. As I love to say, all of these insects, you can fight. Maybe they're docile and you can attack them. Many of them are aggressive and will attack you. And regardless, you fight them, learn their tactics, and then eventually turn them into fashionable attire and new weapons.
Going to a new biome, a new area in the park allows us to fully lean into what makes the park unique from the backyard. And for us, that means that mixture of really organic structures as well as that man-made touch, that this was designed by humans at human level.
Wasps are coming back, which are a lot of fun to fight, but can be kind of annoying. Again, this is a survival game, so so excited about those things coming back. Black ants are also coming back too, and like with both of those, you get sets of armor and different weapons that you can craft after you've defeated these creatures. We're more
Wasp armor
excited
goes
about the
hard.
new creatures that are coming in the garden update though. So we developed a brand new creature in the cricket. The cricket is pretty big. Again, this is the size of a large bus probably. It has some very unique attack combinations that are a lot of fun. It can also,
cool.
of course, jump very, very far. It has its own armor sets. It has its own weapon or weapons that you can craft based upon it. And then the same thing for earwig. We actually have two different types of earwigs. There's sort of a ranged earwig and a melee earwig that tend to travel around together to thwart the player with their strategic opportunities. Again, you can turn those into armor. Of course, turn them into your base furnishings. You can turn them into weapons. And we think they'll offer some exciting and unique combat opportunities.
We really want Grounded 1 players to be excited to see these creatures again, but also to be surprised and delighted by the changes.
Be delighted.
We did in the picnic area, we've revamped the combat.
That's good.
So that means even looking at the old legacy creatures and going, okay,
You haven't
how do we
showed
make
Crimson
them
Desert yet,
a
no.
part of the system? How do we make them challenging in this new
Yeah, Blood of
dance?
DawnWalker looks
How
very
can
good.
we leverage our systems to make them more interesting? And so hopefully there's a couple
Welcome
of
in.
twists coming, even with the old favorites, that will keep veteran players on their toes and will surprise and delight new players.
We have a brand new buggy, the Ladybug buggy, which you'll be able
That's
to
cool. It's
get
ride a ladybug.
and raise and hatch, and then ride around in the yard. And we're pretty excited about all that stuff. Like, I think all of it is coming
Get to
together.
grow your own ladybird.
I think every single Grounded player from Grounded 1 at some point jumped on the ladybug and let it transport them around. And we often joke that was the original buggy prototype. And there's something so iconic about the ladybug and getting on
You
it.
can put a
and wanting
cannon
to
on its
ride it,
back.
That it felt like an inevitability for us. But what's important for us whenever we do introduce a new buggy is we don't want it to just be another one or just a horse,
Okay,
And
fill
so
up
it
water.
really boiled down to what can the ladybuggy bring to the table that the other ones
Ladybuggy.
weren't? What can make her stand apart and bring a utility and an experience to the player that the other buggies aren't? How can we carve out her own little niche in the game? She's the tank. She's, the one who can get into those really tough fights and withstand those large swarms of insects. And that's where the idea of the water cannon on her back and players being able to shoot at their enemies, and that ended up providing
Seems
a
really
ton of
good.
gameplay opportunities and a really unique experience. Being able to shoot down the aerial insects that are often a bit more challenging and a bit more frustrating for players. Well, now you have
They
this
can knock you
ranged
out
weapon that you can
with
take
the
it down with that
buggy.
feels super satisfying, almost like an anti-air gun. For us, as soon as we crack that, it felt like, okay, there she is. That's her niche, and now it's just about bringing that experience to life and finding moments in the garden experience to really highlight that and let that shine for the player.
So we saw Avowed,
Cool.
great interview that you did over there. We see now that we have New Game Plus coming, there's a photo mode, new weapon type, changing appearance. There's new character presets, you got new races, which
species,
I'm sure,
yeah.
Lua will have a lot of fun with.
Yeah, they're doing a lot, and I mean the game, of course, launched earlier this year. Obsidian's been very busy, yeah, and they're doing these free updates now, and so they also are adding New Game Plus, which adds a whole new reason for you to go back through the game. So the game is coming to PS5.
Yay! We got another one.
We got it.
The Avowed Platinum Trophy was insane.
Here we go.
Yeah, yeah, but it's coming, and it's available for pre-order as of this
Right now?
show going live. So right now, so check it out. And when I talked to them, they were saying how important the community is to them, how they've listened to a lot of their feedback, like adding arachnophobia mode on Grounded.
I was gonna say, Luke, if I'm scared of spiders, what do I do?
Yeah, there's the arachnophobia mode. But they that's kind of their driving force, is looking at the community, what the community is saying, communicating. They're like, hey, we'd like more species and more customization options in Character Builder. Okay, we'll do that. And it's just really nice to see them do that. They could put it in a paid package, but they're not. They're just, it's a labor of love, and that's...
I really like how, as you're going to New Game Plus, you can also change your character's
Same
appearance.
Jinsey.
So
I heard a lot
you
of
keep
people
some of your skills
liked
and
Avowed.
stuff, but if you are tired of how your character looks, or you want to do something new, try a different race, you can do that by just going to New Game Plus. You don't need to go back to the beginning.
Besides that, we also had Grounded 2, which is bringing the Garden of Brook Hollow Park that is now going to be open. So it's a new biome. They have new creatures, new tools, a new mushroom brick material that you can build more stuff with, and also
If I had a bug on
new
Avowed they didn't know existed and fixed it in 3 days with a patch. Oh, definitely gonna play it again with these
For
updates.
those of you watching, it's a play on word. Allow me to explain. Ladybug E, because you can mount it and ride it like a buggy.
Yeah, and speaking to listening community, they also take a lot of feedback. This is a game that launched back into early access back in July, and so this is a major winter update is what they're calling it, and it was heavily requested to have more types of transport, which they are still planning more for the future that people can be excited about, but they always listen to feedback about, should an insect be an enemy? Should an insect be what they call, is it docile or docile? I'm from Iowa.
Whatever you prefer.
Yeah. Different insects can be friendly, some can be enemies, and then of course they can also treat them now as transport as well.
You looked at Luke when you asked.
Well, I'm not looking at you. And so with this update, they're doing this throughout a lot of the timeline. Like they're gonna give you a lot of these big updates, and you're gonna be kind of surprised of when it first released early access, there was still plenty to do. It was a survival game, but if you were a fan of Grounded, the original, you knew they were still gonna have a great winter update for you like this. And so they have a lot on their roadmap, but because of the way the game is oddly scaled down, it's from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, the way it's shrunk down, they have so much they still want to do and will be doing for a long, long time.
Well, and that cricket...
Yeah, the cricket thing looks
that
terrifying.
Thing's horrifying. It turns around and
You're like, wait, what's he doing? What's he doing?
Spreading. I gotta give them credit. Obsidian's been so crazy busy.
One game that I wish got DLC and is highly underrated is Dragon's Dogma 2. We like that game's open world and Crimson Desert shares similarities with it. Yeah.
Right? Because
yeah, they
I
just
think
had
isn't there
Tim Kaine come back
DLC
out of retirement. He's one of the
planned
creators
for
of
Dragon's
Fallout
Dogma
back in
2?
the day. And he
didn't he also was some of the original
feel like-
creators of Vampire Bloodlines?
I think he did.
I think so. Yeah.
Yes.
He's kind of.
I heard a lot of good things
industry.
about it.
He, in 2020, went and started doing consulting work with Obsidian, but he was, in his words, semi-retired. But he's actually
I
gone
heard quite
back
a
to Obsidian
few
to work
controversial
full-time
things though
in
after
office,
waiting so
moved
long
to the
for Dragon's
studio
Dogma 2.
on some project that's unannounced, and he
Like-
said, "Don't bother guessing. You will not guess it."
It's another one I never got around to checking out.
New IP, something crazy. Who knows? But they are
Or
busy.
he's trying to throw us off.
Yeah.
It's hard to not see hope at least for Fallout stuff because the TV show being excellent and
Fallout New Vegas
everyone
2.
itching for more Fallout. So
Yeah. Outward 2, Forsaken Realms, Varan's Cool,
Next up,
and
we have
Dragon
3
Twin.
fantasy RPG games that are looking very cool, as I would say. This is going to be Outward 2 from Night Dot Studio, a follow-up to their other survival
Outward's
game.
gonna be very
Outward,
good.
Obviously, we have Varan's Call by Titan Rock.
Capcom is focused
We
on
also
Monster
have
Hunter. Yeah,
Dragon
Monster
Twin
Hunter.
by
They fumbled that a little bit, didn't they? Creator of Dragon's Dogma 2 did leave the company, didn't they? Yeah. Maybe that's what... I think there was DLC planned, but it's up in the air, isn't it? Yeah.
Outward is an open world RPG, which for once you're not some kind of special superhero or the last child from a prophecy. You're just a dude or a dude.
Just a dude.
And the reason why we are downscaling who the player is because they want to be immersed more than they want to be powerful. And that was the big change in our approach. And we made all of our design decisions to be in alignment with this vision. If you were just a regular person and you wanted to think like a human would, but in a fantasy world, it's when you are aloof, when you're just like, that's not so dangerous, I've done it before, and that's when life just snaps back at you, right? In real life, that's like that. It should be like that in the design as well. So one gigantic thing is the character creation. In Outward 1, we had very ugly protagonists. And we didn't have a lot of options. You know, you had like 3 skin colors, a handful of faces.
Oh, they've really upgraded that bit then.
That was it. It feels like really drawing yourself.
I remember going into Outward thinking, oh, this is a bit like Fable or something, and getting like the shit slapped out of me.
System to
difficult,
customize your character to your liking. One of the big thing is you choose one of 3 starting locations. So as a regular,
that was the thing with Dragon's Dogma 2, wasn't it? The microtransactions did leave a bad taste in people's mouth.
Well, we have 3 different quests depending on which city you choose. So if you are in Simeon's Bastion, you are a homeless person. You're desperate. In Tramontane, you are a miner and you're trying to like improve your status and your quality of life. In Haboob, you are just a clerk who just bought a house. What could possibly go wrong? You know? and very mundane situations, like you're not special or anything, but something special happens to you. And
really emphasizing that you're not special.
We want a weather system that is very dynamic. So now we have a year-long calendar with seasons, and you just go through all that. So it's going to be winter, and then it's spring, and then summer, and does change like what kind of stuff can be found, what kind of armor you need to wear. Dual wielding is gigantic. So now you can combine anything that goes in one hand, and that opens up a lot of possibilities. In Outward 1, like you had your offhand could only have a set amount of things, and you had your main hand. Now you can just interchange. You can have 2 shields if you want. It sucks. I don't recommend.
You can have 2 shields.
Course, like just visually, and the fact that it is much more lush, it's more filled, it's more visually vibrant. That's going to be
looks very cool.
People will notice very quickly. Just like in Outward 1, we have 8 skill trees, and all those skill trees have some exclusive skills. So if you take one, can't take the other, and you have a maximum of 3 breakthrough points. So there's only 3 skill trees that you can learn from to the maximum of the capabilities.
Okay,
otherwise,
it's 8 trees, but only 3 you can go all the way in.
Of skills available. One thing we added are the attribute points, the core stats. So strength, agility, constitution, willpower, intelligence. We added those. We're gonna track a lot of different things that you do. They're all gonna have like different thresholds. So let's say you dodge attacks successfully a certain number of times, you unlock a note that will give you a passive trait and increase your agility. So very small incremental changes. We start with very simple things, and it expands us in more and more circles. So you won't be able from the very start to unlock all 3 skill trees just because you have the cash to do it.
Haven't finished Dragon's Dogma 2. They've asked me of it.
You will need to have practice.
Yeah, my backlog's insane. I don't even get
to be able
to start the game.
Like get to the next level of the skill trees. Other than that, well, I think it's important to note that all 4 regions are new regions, so it's really just
new areas,
new environment to explore.
Today we're going to be taking a deep dive into our upcoming action RPG, Varen's Call. The world of Leda is entirely shrouded by darkness on one side, while scorched by endless sun on the other. These incredibly hostile areas are known as the Forsaken Realms, which, as you may have noticed, is the name of the universe we are meticulously crafting. Your first steps within the Forsaken Realms will take you to the Vale of Varen, a city on the brink of collapse, and the first of our narrative-focused adventures.
That's good.
Step into the boots of a lone mercenary, seeking to answer Varen's call for aid, and maybe earn some gold and glory along the way.
Lots of like fantasy RPGs, first person or third person.
Needs a way to slay the countless fantastical beasts they'll encounter. Varen's Call aims to cater to a wide range of playstyles, offering you the freedom to combat the unknown in a variety of ways. Whether you prefer to be a nimble-footed archer, flinging fireballs between arrows, or face your foes toe-to-toe as an axe-wielding whirlwind of death, the choice is yours. The game's classless system means you're never locked into playing a specific way.
A collection, 25 games that I plan to complete my backlog this year. Haven't made a start yet.
And level up your mercenary's core stats by gaining character experience. Hidden chests throughout the world will reward you with a range of weapons, armor, and unique trinkets, some providing unique effects to help you gain an edge in your next combat encounter. The local hamlet of South Vale
the game's on that
acts
list.
as a hub, a safe space that provides various
Remind me,
abilities
we'll do that
to
after
further
the show.
develop your character. Use the Forge to upgrade the weapons and armor you find throughout the world.
Which if he's getting new
And the
DLC.
dismantling bench to deconstruct items for materials. The spell crafting table can be used to increase the power of your magic. Everything from an area of effect freeze attack that stops the enemy in their tracks, to ripping up the ground from underneath their feet with destructive force.
This is giving me like Fable vibes.
To upgrade and
Like
unlock new traps and
Fable
gadgets.
2.
A nice complement to your arsenal, allowing you the opportunity to catch your enemies off guard.
Like it's got like an animation that's a little bit,
The alchemy cauldron. This can be used to
a little bit
custom brew a
cutesy at
multitude
the
of
same
potions,
time, you know?
From replenishing health and restoring stamina to curing yourself of nasty status effects. These concoctions are sure to
Lemonade.
make your journey.
Hey? There you go.
Okay, great. So you've equipped that shiny new helmet, purchased that slightly
Character
overpriced
creator.
magic spell you always had your eyes on, and upgraded that new Polybuster barrel to the volatile variant that has even more boom. You're ready to get back into the fight, but maybe you want a change of pace. Yes, you're supposed to be the hero and save the city, but heroes need breaks too. Besides, there's a whole world to explore, and quirky characters from all walks of life need your help with their problems.
Then you've come about the job.
You might find yourself involved in a murder mystery, helping a local peacekeeper catch the criminal behind the death of her beloved friend. Or maybe
This is like
you're
Fable,
on a mission
Oblivion,
to rid Varin of the Gnomi scourge that plagues the
mixed
city.
together.
All because a crazy guy in an outhouse called you a hero?
I know the truth!
Maybe we should stick to the main task at hand after all. Varen's Call is soon to release on PC with
Got that, like,
full
British
support,
humour, isn't
with
it?
the aim of releasing on consoles at a later date. Our game is inspired by classics like Fable and The Elder Scrolls, so if this sounds like your kind of adventure, consider heading over to Steam and adding it to your wishlist
Yeah.
to stay up to date with us. Until then, we'll see you mercenaries soon.
Yeah, interesting that one. Very British humor. Yeah. Yeah, I like the look of that one. Dragon riding game in early development. I always like the idea of these. There was one back on like the Xbox or the PlayStation, like the PS3 or something. And it was like you fight dragons and shit like that. That was pretty cool. I'm shit at flying games. Like, even if it's like flying planes, Ace Combat or whatever. Horrendous. This looks cool though. And you fight other dragons. Depends on future funding and the shifting nature of the game development. My camera's in the way, isn't it? Let me just hide myself. Mount and Blade inspired Kingdom Builder. That's pretty cool. Early access demo is available to Patreon supporters. Focus on the flight system and more features. Yeah, it's more like a concept at the moment. Seems very interesting. You have a dragon creator. You're gonna get people trying to like create the dragon from Shrek, aren't you? Like that is really cool though. Or like the dragons from like Final Fantasy 14 and stuff. Like that's pretty cool. Dragon Twin. I wonder what Elder Scrolls 6.
First question I had was, how hard is this game going to be? Because the most
2027?
common question about the original Outward
Probably 2028.
was, okay, this is like
I will be making the dragon from Shrek.
I actually got to play the game in the alpha version, and I got my ass kicked.
I'm glad.
Deserved.
But it's actually amazing. Like, I actually really enjoyed it because exploring this game felt very rewarding, and there's like a camping system, so you can camp like right outside like the enemy zone, and then you prepare like your weapons and everything to wreck the enemy, because if you don't prepare,
because of NDAs, you can't say anything about Outward 2.
Hardcore survival, and when I was talking to Guillaume, he was like, if you die, it is likely your fault. And we all heard him say, like, it's not hard, but it is demanding, and they always at all times want to live up to those words, which is really awesome. And they will have a pack mule, which he said, of course, shocker, can die if you don't take care of it.
Of course.
But it's, one of the big
It's weird though, because I wish I played Outward 1 more.
Along other struggles that players had to really try and play out this game. Like you were saying earlier, you can't dilly-dally in this game. You have to really know what you're going to do, and eventually you'll get a hang of things. But another big one was dual wielding. So you can dual wield, he says, anything in the game. You can even double shield it up, which he says is not recommended.
You can attack with the shield. It's super cool.
He really loves to stress all of these niche things.
There's a lot of
like you can sprain your ankle, you can perforate a lung.
Trauma.
She has clearly sprained it. You can sprain her.
I also got brain damage.
You can have a concussion. It will all impact you, and all of these ailments like take different lengths of time to recover from.
I got a concussion in game as well. It was really tough.
In game as well.
What were you doing out of game?
It was it was just kind of like a play on, because whenever I told people I got a concussion, brain damage in game, a lot of people in my chat would say like, in game.
Sounds like the most hardcore of hardcore survivals.
It was really fun, and you can also play with friends, and then things become a lot more bearable.
They've showed the split screen.
Yeah, so you can play split screen with your friends, and it's really nice.
I haven't had time to check out Ashes of Creation.
Like, you get beaten up, and then your friends get beaten up.
I've seen a few people that I follow playing it though. It looks pretty cool.
Next up, we have Forsaken Realms, Baron's Call. We were all sitting here saying it looks
sick.
Most importantly,
yeah, the whole like price to get access to begin with, and then coming with Steam and stuff seems bizarre.
At the very end of the trailer, they say inspired by games like Fable. They really struck an interesting vibe. It seems like it's got a lot of soul and heart in it.
I feel like that game got more like Fable the more I was watching the trailer. Like at the beginning, I was like, oh, that's quite interesting, and then it was getting more and more Fable-like.
When the flute started playing, he was like, oh my god,
I'm ready to go to war.
No, the game looks really nice. It looks very well detailed, and I can't wait to try it.
They angled it that like, hey, you can do this thing. You can really focus on combat and the main quest line, the main story, but this is also an expansive world where there are a bunch of little side stories where you can go to these individual side characters and like help them catch their chicken.
Yeah,
or murder mystery or whatever it is. And I feel like that's what builds out a world and makes it feel more full. So I think it looks great. Third, we had Dragon Twin. I don't even know.
Looks cool, this one.
Dude, you can make your own dragon. There's a character creator for your dragon.
Did you see the neck customizer? I mean, like Jake was like.
To be fair, it's very early in production. They're working on all these systems for Dragon Flight, and
Banishes on sale is good.
The trailer, it's still a work in progress. They're like
it's story based.
The game and what it's going to be based on funding.
I need to play more of it.
Patreon support, things like that, but
I enjoyed it. What I played of it so far.
Imagining the vision of a kingdom builder where like you're in command of dragons.
Unique.
Like Khaleesi. Like inject that into my veins. It's another one of those games I didn't know I needed or wanted, but
never even came across your mind. You're like, wait a second.
Well, you see, and you're like, of course.
It was Vahin.
I can't wait to see how it progresses, because it already
Forsaken Realms. Vahin's cool.
But they left the combat pretty open-ended. Like we saw some battle scenes, we saw some light with other dragons maybe fighting, and how that's going to come into play, I'm really curious about.
Movement, I mean, you're going to get some battlefield pilots.
The cinematic shots you're going to get with that dragon is going to be crazy.
Next up, we have some exclusive content coming from
here we go.
Fish, a comparison of the twins from Atomic Heart, now in the cube. A very exciting game I think we're all looking forward to. And for Atomic Heart, some new screenshots from their DLC number 4. On top of that, there is also Immortal Gates of
Still
Fire.
Getting DLC for Atomic Heart?
An incredible interview with that Jake.
Get some Atomic Heart too, though, right?
A little bit about the making of the game, the people behind it,
No
and RTS
worries, man.
in general.
Yeah, I would like to try Ashes of Creation, but I just don't have time for a MMO at the moment. This looks very stylized. Russian mannequin. For Soviet Russia. Isn't Atomic Heart the one with the horny vending machine that like wants to like fuck your character? Like the vending machine sexually harasses you. That's cool though. I kind of like it when games don't take themselves too seriously though. Oh, they're doing the DLC for Atomic Heart first. Okay, okay.
Is it recording?
Yeah, it is.
It's in the sky, a giant cube. I can still barely believe it myself. When it showed up, I was in the lab. I didn't even see it. You know? I felt that same fear, though. A terrible sense of my own powerlessness.
It's pricey to get into the alpha. And it's like Star Citizen. It's been in development for frickin' years.
How did the whole of humanity miss it?
Shows he's interested now.
And did we actually miss it? What if the cube
Cool enemy
didn't
design.
appear but revealed itself? What if it was always there and we've only just started to see it?
She's got armor around the breasts. The armor breastplate. Is this Battle Royale or is it Extraction? You can see the skins going wild on this though. It's like First Descendant. Mm-hmm. It's cool. That's what I'm intrigued about though. Is it Battle Royale? Is it Extraction Shooter? Is it like a narrative PvE? Like,
so Immortal Gates of
obviously
Fire
shooting,
is
but
an attempt to modernize and make more accessible.
I used to love
the
RTSs.
RTS genre,
They were my bread and butter.
Simultaneously keeping all
Hardly
of the
play 'em these days.
complexity and the opportunities for mastery that have made RTS so popular over the
I'm gonna
years.
start
So
sitting
it's
inside and play
I
occasionally.
would refer to it as a Blizzard-style RTS. The fast action, big battles, very tactical, kind of very rapid-fire chess. We realized that RTS, in
I still
part
got more
because it
Final
was
Fantasy 14 to
dominated
do.
by a few big players,
Keep saying it.
never really went through the kind of indie transformational experimentation. Some of the companies that tried to do so did so by stripping away features or losing some of the things that really made RTS great. In the early days, we surveyed a lot of players in both MOBA and RTS communities and found that they really loved the fantasy of commanding an army. RTS, at the end of the day, if you were to strip it all away, is just you're commanding an army, another guy's commanding an army in real time.
Yeah.
Right? Because you get individual unit control, it can be very overwhelming. And because you're also building those units, because you're building a base, because you're having to do so much macroing along with the microing simultaneously.
I liked how Lord of the Rings Battle
that
for
for
Middle
most
Earth
players, it just gets
did
overwhelming
the real-time
and
strategy.
complicated. And so we worked through it kind of line by line, trying to figure out what are the rote tasks, what are the things that players are required to do.
They've done a similar thing.
That are not really decisions, that are more just chores, right? And how do we make
Groups of units.
more and more of the complexity in the game, but optional, opt-in.
New
what we
World.
refer to it as
Yeah,
opt-in
New World.
complexity.
Amazon
and then
messed that up.
simultaneously, how do we create a world and experiences and game modes that people want to be a part of?
Yeah,
We want
I've heard a lot
to
about Guild Wars 2.
Take this genre and show people this genre isn't dead. People want this fantasy. They want this experience. A lot of it has to do with
I'm worried I'd get sucked
things
back
like
in.
the UI and the UX, the unit design, and a lot of that opt-in complexity. So, for example, in most RTSs, you always have to be building workers. If you're not building workers, you're falling behind on your economy and you're screwed. The correct move, with very few exceptions, is to build a worker every chance you get. So we made that automated, but have a toggle. If you want it turned off, you can. So if you're trying to do a specific timing attack, you can, but we took that complexity away. One of the other things is how in MOBAs you have a unified command card, right? All of the abilities and castable abilities on your hero are easy to reach. You can hit all of those buttons very quickly on one hand. We redesigned the UI UX to be the same way. So you can select your whole army with one button by default, and then all of the abilities, castable abilities of your army are also on that one unified command card. One of the things that
Team
people
Final
often
Fantasy
tell us is
14.
that when they watch our game, it looks like an RTS, but when they play it, it almost plays
that
more
game.
like a MOBA
Such a good time
in
with
terms
that.
of how they're commanding their army. Our early idea was if
Yeah,
we
this
bring
is a bit like Command and Conquer.
10 modders within generally the strategy
I
gaming
like that
space.
game as
We
well.
bring them all
Age of
together,
Empires,
and
Age of
we said,
Mythology,
if we were to come together and build
Empire
a game
Earth.
that truly is the next generation of RTS, what does it look like? And that's what we set out to do. The 1v1
I've
or
never
2v2
played World of Warcraft.
PvP experiences, they're similar to StarCraft or a StarCraft 2. You know, maps, we did redesign the maps and we redesigned the mechanics in a way that 2v2 is actually really,
I feel like I
really
could just do
fun
a stream
for
and just chat games
support
with you
gameplay
guys.
Mode,
Try not to chat too
and,
much,
players,
so we can like
including
enjoy
pro
the
players,
trailer.
have actually really enjoyed doing 2v2 tournaments. But the ultimate goal is to destroy the enemy's town centers. And
This
so
looks
it's kind of
interesting,
a
to
tactical
be fair.
back and forth with counters and strategic snipings. And
You guys
using
remember
portal
Supreme
abilities in clever
Commander?
ways.
That was
So
a cool
it's great
RTS
for
game back in the day as
mastery
well.
and
I had that on a
laddering
disc.
and skill gain.
On a
Ultimately,
disc.
at least the goal is to have other PvP modes that are more casual or more playful. Kind of some chaos modes.
My problem with RTS is I'm a
auto-battler
turtle.
modes,
I'm a
things like that,
turtler,
where
so I
if you
literally
just have 10
is that,
minutes
is that the term?
and you want to have a beer while doing it, and you want to
I just
do
grow my
something that's a
economy
bit
and just
strategic,
defend.
but you don't want to get that sweaty. No, we want to have those experiences too. That's a big part of the target market that we're looking at, is people that like to be challenged mentally, but don't necessarily want to try to do the crazy APM and don't want to get too invested in the competition. We want to do a full grand campaign. The inspiration for how we kind of want, or how we see the ideal campaign, if we can build it, is very similar to Dark Crusade. It's a grand campaign. You can be kind of any of these different factions and conquering territory and building new and unique stories.
95 aka pre-Jersey.
One of the better trailers that I think we all
Jersey's
saw
like
back
2000
around
and
SGF
Yeah,
last
not
year.
a new trailer that we're showing with this. Of course, the twin
Something.
comparison is new, which is very cool to see the twins
Don't
for the
wanna
first
dox,
time
bro.
in this universe, if you like Atomic Heart. But the trailer itself for the Cube, nothing new.
The potential for that game is like unmatched.
Warcraft
It
3
is
was good.
They're
crazy
so
concept.
good at cinematics, and also just like the concept of playing a game like that with the map constantly changing, the biomes changing. It like breaks my brain to think about, but in a fun way. I think.
Like different terrains, different weather.
Yeah. They show that sliding clip where she's sliding, and then as the cube is apparently rotating, we don't know how that.
I'm coming down with a
works
flu or
with
something.
the
Don't know why I'm
You can
sneezing.
fall off. Like if you fall off the map,
I don't feel ill.
like that's I'm sure
Or
you're
get
dead.
crushed.
And they've
by,
taken
yeah.
so many gameplay mechanics
Sucks me enough
already. We saw
anyways.
from that short trailer. You saw wall running. You saw just like traditional gunplay.
The other cool part to me is that it is set in a universe that people have already been a part of. Somehow.
The world of Atomic Heart's very interesting.
You
as well.
explain it a little
It's
bit?
kind of like it is Soviet Russia in an alternate timeline where they've mastered robotics.
I do want to play some
There's, like,
Atomic Heart.
little robots.
And in terms of vibe, it's kind of like Soviet Bioshock. And
Yeah,
it's a
yeah,
vibe.
that's a great way to put it.
And what's interesting is that from the original game Atomic Heart, one of the primary things people loved about it were like
It's
the
still
boss
getting DLC
fights,
support as well.
and then like the outdoor environments and the art direction. And that is just the cube. And then they're adding in this multiplayer component as well with like, it seems like PvE elements with bosses that you'll fight against together as the cube rotates. I can't wait to find out more.
I love how open-ended they are. Munfish is like, we are all curious because we don't know the exact direction they're going and where it could end up. And I was trying to pinpoint like what game I was looking at. because we are gonna flow into Atomic Heart, and I love that tie between those worlds. But I honestly, I saw a piece of like the finals and the first destructibility and cube movement we saw when the finals first released. There was something about that aesthetic that I also saw, and I was like, okay,
I was thinking the finals when I was looking at
the DLCs people love.
At the
There's
cube
already
as well.
Atomic Heart 1 and 2. This is their 4th and final DLC for Atomic Heart. And when we saw the trailer, we saw the screenshots, it adds new environments and it looks good.
Yeah.
You know? Then the third game on our list with that one was Immortal Gates of Pyre by Sunspear. Jake, you had a great conversation with Ian.
My boy Ian. It's a game that's been in development for a long time. We're going to probably talk about how it's a group of modders, and so they've hired a lot of modders, and they have that DNA for this
modders
game.
that made that.
A lot of the concepts they want to plan out for the future. They've had hands on this for almost 10 years, but they've been working hard on it for about 5, is what they would tell you. And they really want to try and combat, as we all know, like the RTS genre is really hard to get into because
high barrier.
Yeah, Xiaomi literally.
Because it's like you see these games.
I was gonna say Xiaomi literally made the computer.
Like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to work on micro, macro, and all those movements per second.
He's
and whatnot.
technically
and they want to try and combat the pillars that have already established themselves in the RTS genre. We know Age of Empires, but we also know StarCraft is the one that people kind of go to. And he was saying they've had these games.
Yeah,
in the
StarCraft's
genre
the other one, isn't it?
blew up
Yeah.
So early on that it's been hard for companies like this to make a new RTS and survive and branch out and be somewhat unique to what we already have kind of attached to.
RTSs have a problem because the old RTSs still exist,
intimidating for new
and
players. That's why a lot of people don't want to.
It's hard to iterate on them.
RTS is just so overwhelming to look at.
It's awesome. I'm one of the people who haven't played RTS because like I don't want to go against Sweaty Joe who's been playing this his entire life.
I don't really play RTSs competitively. I play against NPCs or like with friends. I would do it. I would never like do PvP.
Jake said hi.
Have a beer.
I did when he said that. I was like, that's my guy.
Exactly.
This game was made for.
But I do want to really support him, and when it comes to cracking through whatever the current the current stereotype in that genre is, they're trying to innovate, they're trying to do things differently. And one last thing, they're very, very community focused. So like a lot of the devs we've spoken to, they love their community, they found their diehards.
Public Civ 6 and it made me cry.
And so I hope we see it in
that's another one. I love playing against AI or with friends, or against friends like in a LAN setting. I would not do Civ 6 publicly. Ew. X-Killer, looking forward to that.
West from Evil Raptor and Erosion from Plot Twist.
I've had this on my wish list for a good couple of years, I think. Stumbled across this.
Welcome to the world of Execular. We are
Desert
Christian and
Cyberpunk.
Amadeus, the creators of the game.
And this is gameplay overview. Execular is a first-person action-adventure game that encourages exploration, rewards curiosity,
Execular.
And never holds
I was
your
calling
hand.
it EXE Killer.
You play as Denzel Phoenix. An Execular.
Yeah, this might have been like on like 4 or 5 years, I think, maybe.
Execulars hunt down
So good.
fugitives and reclaim souls from those who try to escape the system.
One of the game's main hubs is the tower.
Competitive.
A massive
They
fortress
spend their
city
lives knowing the
ruled by
perfect
Hellon
strats, yeah.
Corporation. This is where you accept contracts, upgrade your gear, and prepare for missions.
I'm very interested in this.
Done. Contract.
Nothing been mentioned that's really surprised
The game
you.
is structured in chapters,
I haven't been
and
surprised by
almost
anything yet.
everyone begins and ends in the tower.
Been really good to look at this one. Really good to look at the Expanse
Outside the
one.
tower lies a harsh, scorched
Felion was
desert.
cool. DawnWalker.
You travel through it in a heavily modified car, designed to protect you from extreme conditions, such as heat and
It's hard to be
radiation.
surprised of games that are coming up
Inside the
because I do my
you have access
games
to a
coming
computer,
every month videos, don't I?
and a
So I'm
working
scouring the wish lists every month. I do a load of research for those videos. Get like 500 views. But it's fun. It's research. I mean, there's some of them that what was the Pixel one, the Shadow one? The one where he's flexing his sound design. That was surprising. This looks so good that I'm really up for this. The shotgun flip, yeah. It's just
Survival is core part of the experience.
Inventory space is limited.
No.
Every item matters.
Oh, okay. They got like a
Make careful
grid
decisions
system
about
like Resident Evil.
what to carry and what to leave behind.
Hellion's high-tech systems allow you to hack devices, pick locks, and access restricted areas.
It's like a bit of a Fallout New Vegas,
Your
cyberpunky
implants help
kind of
you
vibe.
uncover hidden elements and investigate the environment.
Clever. I always wonder with these systems, do they use this like once or twice,
And level
and it's only in the trailer, or is it like
non-linear.
iterated on in the game?
There's no
Nice.
single way to complete a contract. Stealth, dialogue, and combat are all valid approaches and can be freely combined.
In Exekiller, every decision matters.
What's it gonna be? Plata or
What was the Survivor game? Was it Days Gone? Or was it Ghost Recon, where you'd put the the can? Oh no, it was Last of Us, wasn't it? You'd put the can as a silencer.
Hi everyone, Robert here from Fireshine Games. I am the Senior Product Manager for Far Far West, developed by the incredible 6-person
I haven't
team
actually seen this one. This will be a surprising
Far
one.
Far West is a 1-to-4 player co-op PvE first-person shooter where you play as robot cowboys in a weird western world. Work together to
PvE,
kill
okay.
bosses, collect bounties, and cleanse the lands of the evil enemy invaders. Today, I'm going to talk you through a short,
Chicken.
single-round session of Far Far
Well, some of your
West.
upcoming games
Here
videos
we're
got a couple of
exploring the
KVs.
Far Far
Some of them
West
do.
hometown,
There's
an
no
evolving
rhyme or
space
reason,
where you can
I don't
upgrade
think.
your weapons,
YouTube.
spells, and character.
Sometimes they add in the system and then find 1,000
Once
excuses
the
to use it and it
team
gets
is geared up
annoying.
and
Yeah,
ready to go,
exactly.
you can
Don't want to
pick the
overdo
bounty you
something.
want to hunt and drop into the game.
This looks like it'd be fun with friends, like for sure. Pick your contracts, go in. Have a
Now
little
that we have dropped
Left
into
4
the
Dead
map,
kind
it's
of.
time to head to our first objective. We can travel around the map much faster with the use of our trusty horses, which you can summon with the press of a button.
Okay.
When fighting enemies, I can use different firearms and a variety of spells to do damage or heal myself and teammates. Spells and guns can also be comboed together to make their effects more powerful, spread their damage further, or even create new spells. To summon this boss, we need to do the obvious. Launch a nuke at its
Western
nest.
Clanker Helldiver.
Get this rocket loaded with explosives and shoot it into the sky. When playing co-op, you have to work
Oh, that
together
was
as a
nice,
team.
being able to
Keep
throw the
objectives and
dynamite
defend yourself
to your
from enemy
teammate.
attacks. Right now, we're throwing sticks of dynamite to my teammate for him to put in the rocket, of which he is actually only catching a few. While carrying out objectives, you will attract the attention of the enemy hordes, who will try and stop you. Now we have the rocket all powered up, let's launch it at the boss nest to really make it angry. This bounty is far from over. Now we have to take the beast down.
Yeah, this is like Helldiver inspired.
Let's summon the boss
on
and
that side of
get this
things.
party started.
And a little bit like Elden Ring Night Rain in a way, isn't it? Like, to some degree. Fight a big boss at the end.
We won,
Target
and the
killed,
boss
there you
is
go.
dead, but we aren't safe yet. So let's get to the station to get the
Gotta
last
extract.
train out of town. When the train is called, we have to stay alive for its arrival, which is easier said than done when the whole of the far west wants you dead.
That's cool. It's got a little bit of an extraction thing there as well.
We made it out alive. Well, some of us, which means we get to keep
I
the
think I'd
resources
be
we
checking
found
this one
along the
out.
way. These will allow us to upgrade our characters even more and be stronger for the next
Mm.
bounty. This was just one simple game of Far Far West. There are multiple bosses, maps, objectives, weapons, spells, upgrades, and cosmetics, all unlockable through play. You can play the playtest with your friends right now.
Yeah, on Steam, you can join the playtest. You can actually join it and play it. We should try that, Jersey. Deep Rock Galactic, but Cowbot, basically.
Whatever happens, you do it or die trying.
If you kick the bucket, you don't stay dead for long.
Music though. Art style of this is pretty cool. This is a bit of me. Oh, okay. Little roguelite. Racing? That's got erosion.
First up, we saw X Killer. That's coming from Paradox Studio. It's kind of, I mean, the
that is a
vibes
playtest
look
as well.
great to me. It was reminding me a
Playtest
little bit.
on
You
Steam
disagree,
right now. You can
but
request
like
access.
Cyberpunk in the wild.
No,
in the
I
West.
just see it. I just see it.
And the animation work was crazy good. Like the world
Yeah.
building.
I think the way it's described is
It's a
a
killer.
post-apocalyptic Western-style FPS with a bounty hunter vibe. And so we even saw in the trailer they were picking up bounties. It kind of reminds me of Fallout as well.
Yeah,
a
little
bit,
bit of Fallout in there.
So I think it looks like a lot of fun. That could be a new kind of like staple in those types of games, to me at least.
Yeah, it's a great combination. I mean, it looks fantastic. Like it's stunning.
animation.
It's coming from such a small
Sci-fi
team.
cowboy, I'm in.
Yeah, done.
Say less.
Money.
Then we had Far Far West coming from Evil Raptor, Western-themed action shooter project. The way I've been describing it, to be honest with you, is Western Sea of Thieves. There's a lot of depth there. It looks like I mean,
Western Sea of Thieves is a comparison you could go with.
What if Sea of Thieves but cowboys, basically?
Well, it's that, but also with
Do you extract on Sea of Thieves?
hunts and like
Other than the art
bounds or
style?
going out and doing boss fights with each other.
It seems very teamwork based too. Like you saw a clip there where they were fighting the boss on
I
the
feel like doing
ground,
Sea
and
of
one them
Thieves
was
because the
up top,
skeletons in
and
Sea of Thieves and the art style is similar.
Caught it, planted it.
I didn't really get much Sea of Thieves from Far Far West though.
On this list, another Western. This game is pretty mind-blowing. I think
Yeah,
we're
this-
all on the same page for that.
This looks good. Erosion.
I could see this one being like.
This is gonna be a big one. This
Yeah,
is
a big one.
Yeah.
Well, like the most compelling aspect of it to me is the time passing affecting not just the world that you're exploring, but also like literally your daughter. She grows older every death that happens.
I think it's
a
a
decade goes
yeah.
past.
So the worse you are at the game.
If you die 20 times, like she's not gonna
She
be
dead.
there when you get there. You're gonna be talking to a gravestone. But it's
Deep Rock
it's
Classic,
just a
you
very
fools. You
captivating art
cowards.
Style, like
It's also open world.
Open world roguelike. Yes.
We're gonna have people that are gonna want to go deathless runs of this. I hope that maybe there's a glimpse of hope of like if you have a deathless run or maybe a one
That's
death
like
run.
the true ending or something.
There's a
That's-
happy ending, but I imagine that most other endings are not gonna be so happy, or at least a bit sadder.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah,
It looks
exciting.
really good.
We're gonna
Yeah,
see a lot
Erosion.
from that game.
I'm really intrigued. The Division 2 Alpha Response Last
Next
Man
up, we have a
Sitting
very
and
exciting
Sand
section
Raiders of
for
Sophie.
people who like competitive games, shooter games. We have an awesome interview that Jake did with the executive producer of the Division franchise. We also have Alpha Response, a game coming from the original creator of Counter-Strike, Min Lee, or Gooseman, whatever you know him as. Last Man Sitting from Pixel Pizza, and Sand Raiders of Sophie by Holygriff.
If you imagine a real world location, the most important city in the United States, Washington, D.C., completely ravaged by a pandemic and struck by the
this one?
strongest,
Survivors.
worst blizzard of all time. And you are going to have to survive and extract the most valuable resources. And of course, that leads us to
Sounds like they need a
survivors.
loot goblin.
So what are we doing? Like, can't rest on our laurels, our 10-year-old laurels from survival. So we're reimagining it. We're bringing this snowstorm, this weather change to Washington D.C. And that's something that you've never seen in Washington.
See how he shut the door
We're going to transform
as he was crawling along against the door. Shut it.
in a very different way with innovation.
I played a little bit of The Division 2 with Sunny, and it was really good fun. It's a huge game though, very Ubisoft. Lots of map markers.
2 experience. I think we've got something super promising here. Survivors is developed with Magnus Jensen, who is the original Division 1 creative director. So this is a guy who lives and breathes the Division. He's so excited about jumping into this type of game mode again. And there is a hint in the title of something that we're going to be doing really differently from everybody else. We always develop with a player in mind, with player types in mind. And I think here we have to acknowledge that the Division 2 has a large player base of passionate gamers. And one of the things that we want to do is really lean into the sort of comfort game of the Division 2. People are happy to jump in, know their way around the controller, know their way around the map. They know how to play this game. So we're going to take that and subvert it a little bit and change the map and make sure that the weather has an impact on you, which it doesn't have in Division 2. So there are lots of little things that we're doing to surprise our core audience. Veteran players, they're going to be surprised. All of these locations that they know by heart, they're going to be transformed. So the Division 3 is in production, right? This is not a secret. It's been announced. It's shaping up to be a monster. I can't really say anything more than that, but this is within these walls in Massive. We are working extremely hard on something that I think will be as big an impact as Division 1 was. There's a team in Paris working on this, and they're putting the final touches on a mobile execution of the promise of Division.
More than both.
So
I haven't played much of
Division
1.
New York.
Really like the second
Pandemic
one.
Strikes, Take Back New York. This is a brand new story with mechanics that
is it a mobile?
Really fine-tuned to a mobile phone. Graphically, this looks like a PS5. You may have seen the adverts for it. It looks phenomenal. Really good.
This looks like a PS5.
Really good. And it has a few innovations. You know, the Dark Zone, this area of atypical.
It's as well as, right? It's a mobile. There's a mobile option.
Much like other games today,
that plays in its own
you could walk around
space.
You could hear gunshots. Go over there. There'd be another agent. You'd approach cautiously.
Is this not DLC for the main game? This is a mobile game.
Decide whether to partner or to actually.
Ubisoft, what are you doing?
The whole of the Resurgence map is friendly to other agents. So you'll hear gunshots on a corner. You won't need to be in the Dark Zone. It could be
disappointed,
and you can group with those people. So PvP is off by default, but being able to group up and to see other agents in the streets, that's never been done in a Division game before, let alone a mobile game.
Okay, so Division Survivors is a DLC coming to Division 2. And there is a Survivors mobile version. Oh, the Division Resurgence is the mobile one. Yeah. I've heard about this one. Like, the guy from Counter-Strike made another version of Counter-Strike and, like, Siege. Welcome in, Jason. I could tell you I wouldn't be able to run it, but seems like a good reason for a new gaming rig. Yes, Jason. Always a good excuse for a new gaming rig. Is this like Payday in Counter-Strike? American cop simulator. To PvE? It's giving me like Payday 2 vibes, but you're the cops, basically. And drive vehicles. I don't know if that's going in the police report afterwards though, is it? There's a man unarmed on the floor and I ran him over. I would make an ice joke, but poorly timed with everything that's happened recently. Well, it's quite interesting, like the animations and stuff. I don't know if you get marked down for friendly fire. Ice Asian Simulator. Yeah, Shammy, yeah. This guy's running around with suicide vests on. You earn coins for using the RPG on the left-hand side. You're just like racking up coins. It looks interesting. Police action, dynamic real-world environments, fight solo or with friends in high-stake missions, so PvE. I remember having a look at this. This looks pretty cool. Jersey, these guys played Abiotic Factor and were racing in the office chairs 100% when they developed this game. Last Man Sitting. Oh, the open beta's this month as well. Yeah. We add this on Steam. Last Man Sitting.
Last Man Sitting is a game where you blast through the environment mounted on an office chair. So you're always on an office chair. And you also have a freaking gun. So movement-wise, it sort of feels a bit like you're skating.
Pretty cool. Can't add it to playtest at the moment,
You
though.
guys also described the game as a battle royale. So does it lean BR? Is it more shooter? Is it a mix of both? How's that go?
So many years ago, there's early like prototypes of the game. It was a battle royale game. And it sort of went viral and got like a lot of followings based on some short videos of the game. But then as we developed the game more, we found that we wanted to gravitate away from that a bit. So we saw some limitations with the battle royale gameplay. Eventually the game became more like more of a 4-player chaotic PvP shooter, more like a shooter version of Super Smash Bros, which is like one of our favorite games at the office. There's like different maps. There's different modes also. We
looks
worked
crazy,
on
doesn't
the,
it?
PvP mode. We also made a PvE mode, which is more
PvE
like
as well. Cool.
Maybe best compared to Swarm survival games. So it's more like a lightly narrated story where you go up against your manager and you like go up in the floors of an office building. You have to survive for a certain amount of time. There's more and more enemies.
I'm sold on that. The PvE side of things on its own sounds cool.
As time goes by, there's mini bosses, there's main bosses, and you level up, you get power-ups. And this is where like you can get even more power-ups when playing the PvE game mode. So that's when it gets really ridiculous.
Okay.
Then you can unlock, of course, new weapons, new characters, new abilities. You can upgrade your chair.
Is it like the recycle bins coming after you?
We looked a lot at this like early 2000s aesthetic, which we thought was like really cool. Especially like when we started designing the user interface, we felt like, what if the whole user interface just felt like Windows Millennium Edition or Windows XP, and you have that those little square windows, and you have the font that we all remember. So eventually the game sort of became more of this like 2000s nostalgia type game. We also have a lot of like Counter-Strike players at the office. So that's definitely something that I think has had its.
You're gonna have like chair skins. Main boss is the accountant. Yeah. No, it's head of IT, Shammy. Head of IT.
XP computer.
Did you try turning it on and off again?
That we want the game to have.
Hey Tanya, just got home from work. There's a game I'm anticipating. They haven't shown Crimson Desert. I think they're gonna save Crimson Desert to the end. That's like the show closer. You're just in time. I played the playtest for Sand when this was meant to be coming out in like August or September, and then it got delayed, so it's now coming out this year. It was pretty cool, very difficult to do solo, like single player. But I mean, if you can have a crew of people, it was basically Sea of Thieves in the desert. Instead of pirate ships, you have your DawnWalker, and you get some loot, and then you extract. Looks like they've developed a lot more of this bit though. Looks really cool. I actually have my like playtest. I recorded this on the channel. Coming March 26th. There we go. So we've got a new window.
I say first up, we're going to talk
This would be one I'd like to
the
play,
Division interview. Of course,
but
we
probably
weren't
not
able to
solo.
get a ton of new information, but they are working on a lot of different projects right now.
I don't know if I've ever talked to anyone else who has 26 years at a single company in gaming. So talking to him, he was, I was doing a bit of glazing because everything he said felt like a storytelling experience. And so we're talking about Survivors, and this is the kind of redone version of Division 1's original Survival. And so it's a snowstorm impacted, weather hit Washington DC, and it's what he kind of also alluded to as like one of the original extraction shooter-esque like games. But yeah, you have to fight for survival out and weather the elements. He says it's really shaping up, and also original players of Survival are going to experience, he couldn't tell me everything, but they're going to get to experience, you know, remastered things and things that are updated from the original that they did want, but he couldn't tell me too much as to what it was, besides that it's really shaping up and it's really interesting. And both new coming players, you don't have to play Division or Division 2 to stumble across this and love it just as much.
Okay.
I think with the success,
Cool, they didn't miss
obviously,
it.
of
Another
games
Korean
like
game.
Raiders right now, you
Reddit's
mentioned
First
that.
Guardian.
It's an interesting conversation around.
Yeah, they haven't shown that yet. I don't know if that's going to be on this one.
And copy stuff, or not even copy, but take inspiration from it, or are you having to come up with your own ideas that you've been working on for 10 years or however long? It's just interesting how they've been working on this for a long time, and now there's a mega popular game in the same exact vein.
Yeah, and he said it a lot more eloquently than I can ever represent it as, but you know, he realizes it's probably a mix of things. Like a lot of other games are doing extraction shooters with certain things here, but they've also had an image of where they want to be and where they want to go for quite some time now, and now they're finally getting to breathe that into existence slowly.
They also talked a little bit about Division 3, which when I say a little bit, I mean like a little bit.
He gave me a quote. He gave me a quote. He gave me a quote. Julian said this. He said, "It's shaping up to be a monster." And I said, I'm going to clip that, Julian. Thank you very much.
I would say a highly anticipated game that they can't share a lot about, but we were excited just to hear that it's a monster, as much as people love these other games.
Good to know.
So we had
In
Alpha
development.
response, coming from Min Lee.
For anyone who doesn't know Min Lee, the original creator of Counter-Strike, I love this guy. We've had the chance to meet him on a couple occasions, also sit down and talk with him. He went to his first Counter-Strike major this past year. It was an incredibly rare experience to see like such a notorious dev get to see what his game has truly become, and he was there since the very beginning, and then to see like an esport develop out of it was crazy. Not to go on too much of a tangent, but he still has that shooter DNA in him, and so this is kind of a mission-based shooter, might you, and you also play as law enforcement, but the goal is to complete a series of missions, and yeah, definitely remains true to the whole shooter Gooseman DNA.
It looks like Counter-Strike meets Payday, but you're the good guy. I mean, you're the law enforcement.
Then, speaking of Counter-Strike, we talked to a guy
The good
who
guys.
was highly inspired by
Change his word in
Counter-Strike,
there.
which is so cool to me to have in the showcase. So, like, we have the OG who made this game, then we have a guy who's inspired by that guy. This was Last Man Sitting.
It's so ridiculous, and I love it.
We need games like this.
It feels like a mixture of like Tony Hawk's Skater Pro, but replace the skates with chairs, and then
And give them all weapons.
and give them some guns. Why not?
The clips are going to be insane.
Yeah.
You're gonna see some wild stuff come out of this game. The things people are gonna be doing.
And they're still working on a lot when it comes to PvP versus PvE, but at the core base of it, they want it to be PvP based. It's gonna be a round-based game, and so I believe 4 players, so super competitive lobbies. But I think you can
It's also a chaotic shoot.
Very, very chaotic, and it progresses round by round. So their unique feature in competitive balancing is it's the first player to win 5 rounds. But if you lose a round, you get a power up. So you get an ability, and that is their way to balance.
Even the odds a little bit.
You can even upgrade your chair.
Yeah, so by the end, which you can, and by the end, it's going to be pretty hectic because, of course, if everyone's taking their turns and winning 3 rounds, 4 rounds, whatever, by the end, you're all going to be super OP. And so the ultimate goal is to win that 5th round. You're going to have to beat some pretty high-powered people.
My favorite part of the interview is hearing him say, you know, we're inspired by Counter-Strike, Super Smash Bros., the Call of Duty era. He just wanted to see people 360 no-scope others. Like, made a game out of it.
In an office
chair. And if you see the trailer, you'll see the agents or the characters, and you'll be like, oh, that looks like Counter-Strike, and he'll say, yep, that was kind of, we're all big Counter-Strike.
You just know he grew up on the quick scope montages, 360 trick shots.
Well, and I love the idea of like they're sitting brainstorming the game, and he's like, I want to make a shooter. Well, what's our unique spin on it?
Wait a second.
Guys, get in here. You're never gonna believe this. You might want to sit down.
It'll make sense.
Then finally, in that section, we had Sand Raiders of Sophie. The developer is Holly Griff as well as Tower House, but the publisher is Tiny Build, who we're all very familiar with. This is a co-op action adventure. You're in a desert world. Honestly, it reminded me of another. I don't remember it. They were like sailing in the desert in some other game, but this. My favorite part about this is that you could see them building your ship. That you're then like traversing the desert
It's
and
kind of like
fighting
a base
people.
building.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of reminded me of Sea of Thieves meets Base Builder.
Rust.
Where you're like, yeah, you're building your own
Rust.
ship. Yeah. It's very cool.
Rust on legs.
There's also normal gunplay too as well though, which I found. At first I was like, oh, that looks cool, but then I saw there were like normal guns too. So.
I like it's a new concept. I feel like where they were probably, I have to assume, fans of Rust or fans of different types of games. They're like, okay, what if we make a moving base in the desert, and then you can explode people's bases? Or I'm curious. We didn't see it in the trailer. I'm curious if you can raid other people's bases.
I'm pretty sure you.
That'd be the coolest part. If you raid their
like jump
base.
off of yours.
Pretty sure you can take other.
Yeah,
people's
you can
bases,
take their
I'm pretty
ships.
sure.
Yeah. At least you could in the earlier playtest.
Next
Old
up, we have
school
a section
RuneScape,
that a couple of
Dragon
us are
Wilds,
definitely gonna
and
be
then just
very
RuneScape.
excited about. This is
Is this going to get me
25th
back into
year
RuneScape?
that
Oh god.
Jagex has been making RuneScape at this point, which is extremely impressive. I know Jake and I have been playing it our entire lives. We've got old school RuneScape, we've got RuneScape 3, and we have.
I still need to go back and check out more Dragon Wilds.
Right, so 3 games.
That was the one that came out
that have been around for a long time. A lot of people have
last
heard of.
year.
I think we should just give the room to Jake.
Quite enjoyed it.
Use the bathroom real quick.
This is my favorite part for all you RuneScape fans.
When we all arrived here, the first thing I saw was Jake on his laptop and RuneScape was pulled up next to Twitter.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Did you see how Hunter has like a side monitor just?
He does this.
Really? I didn't know that. That's cool. These guys are real fans, though.
I'm north of 1800 now.
I'm over 2100.
I knew that's why I didn't want to answer because I knew you were going to lead into it. Anyway, Jagex has given us a variety of exclusives across all 3 games. We're super happy to talk about it.
They've done a lot of very impressive things over the past year, I would say. They did Varlamore with Jake's favorite, the Gemstone Crab. Just AFK there, it's awesome. Has the Delve with Doom. They have the
Gridmaster.
The Gridmaster.
I didn't know they were still adding new content to old school RuneScape. I thought that was the whole point. It was old school
The
RuneScape.
first new skill ever in old school RuneScape. Had a lot of back and forth. My favorite part about it is the fact that they listened to the community a lot with the release of it. The exclusive they gave us was this new logo reveal for the next league season.
They have a league?
So that was League 6 Demonic Packs, We don't know much more past that. Obviously, Leagues is a lot of fun and probably the most engaging time periods of RuneScape. I think you see player peaks every time. So I imagine a lot of those WoW players are going to come back and be a part of that. Outside of that,
I don't know,
RuneScape
people
3
still
was also in the news a lot this year.
For a variety of reasons. One of the biggest ones being they've removed the biggest monetization methods they had in the game, which was widely talked about and has been for probably next to a decade. You know, obviously in the MMO genre, you have to make money to sustain such big games and big servers for a reason and to keep these updates coming. They're not small teams. And so it was that community battle of like, we need monetization, but at what point is it too much monetization? And they finally reached that breaking point.
I think we also have some reveals of
Never played RuneScape
some of the
3.
areas they're revamping, which is very cool. They're trying to declutter the entire world because right now the game, if you as an old school player log on, you're probably like, what is going on?
Yeah,
most of the time. So that's very cool. They also gave us the image of their anniversary cape, which looks fire.
Isn't that beautiful? And I actually have one behind me.
This is Jake's Avengers Endgame.
Oh, man.
And then finally, we also had Dragon Wilds, which is a game that we are very excited about.
Another incredible game.
We are big fans of.
We did a stream of this when it came out.
Those types of games. Valheim, we spent a ton of time on. So when RuneScape announced this,
This was
we were
pretty good,
super
to be
stoked
fair.
Personally, and played it. They're in early access, but they talk a lot about their 1.0
It's a very,
release
like,
and everything that's coming.
missing a lot of stuff,
For those
but wow,
unaware,
yeah.
Dragon
Loads of
Wilds
stuff
is
that's
the
adding to it.
survival game inspired by RuneScape, and so being a big
Maybe we
survival
should check
game
that
guy
out again on
and
the
my
channel,
love for
see how
RuneScape,
far along
it was
that's
kind of
come.
the mixing of both worlds. So Dragon Wilds was always going to be a big thing for me, and as you said, it is early access, still developing. They are aiming for that full release though. It's still
Yeah,
a
this
great
is
game.
this is
and
Dragon
getting better and
Wilds,
better.
the survival
If
game.
you like games like Valheim or Enshrouded, I would say this is the kind of game
100%.
you would like to play.
Yeah.
Because it's just like that. You can spend a ton of time building your house and making it better and better. And then they're also adding iconic RuneScape things. Again, we talked about that with like the cube. It's cool to see a world you already love in
Mixing those
another
worlds.
format.
The fresh twist.
Yeah.
They already have released their roadmap, but we have a lot of cool stuff that is coming to the game that RuneScape players will recognize. New skills come out at each time, so fishing, prayer, agility.
Best way to think
You're
of-
gonna get mithril armor, rune armor coming out.
I played it when it
There's
first came
3
out, and it was
regions
very
next year,
interesting.
coming.
There was a
with
lot of stuff that
1.0
wasn't there
upgrade
yet
over
as well.
time. And then we got the first look at Dowden Reach,
Tempted to
which
check
is
out
their
old
next
school
region.
RuneScape again.
You're gonna recognize these Black Knights, which look a lot scarier than from,
He's not gonna make it
from
through this.
RuneScape. If this is the Black Knight's fortress, it looks absolutely incredible.
Incredible.
I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. Right.
I don't know if I'm going to continue after this segment.
You guys have heard me and Jake talk way too much about this. We also have a message from a couple of creators that you might recognize from the RuneScape community.
RuneScape and Jagex has just turned 25 years old, and the recent year has actually been incredible. And what is to come over the course of 2026 and beyond is something that, as a
Got
player
Ratatouille on his
myself
mic.
of RuneScape for 23 years, I am so excited. I mean, I think the game right now, old school RuneScape, is in the best place it's ever been. But Jagex as a company is turning into potentially being the best they have ever actually been. In 2025, over old school RuneScape, we didn't just have many different pieces of content such as sailing, Balamar, Royal Titans, a duo boss that came to the game. We actually also hit an all-time high player count since the game actually released over a decade ago. That is crazy. It's absolutely incredible. But that is not the end. We still have 2026 to come, and the things that are coming in 2026 are going to be crazy. We have the Blood Moon Rises, where we're getting more info at the Winter Summit, the finale, potentially, of the Mauritania questline, but personally, the thing that I am the second most excited for, behind Raids 4. Now, Raids 4, I know nothing about right now, so I can't really say much, but that is the thing I am the most excited for and have been the most excited for years to come, as of right now. And if that is not everything, we have Leagues 6. And I know
Let's go
one
back to
thing
RuneScape.
about League 6.
Haven't
and
played
that
it in
is
years.
League
I'd go old
6
school. Worth the new version.
demonic pacts.
As far as I hear,
All
it's
I
the
can
old school
say. That's
version.
all I know right now. But League 6 will be coming most
RuneScape
likely
3
in Q4 2026.
sounds like it might be a good time to jump back
I
in,
do not
since
know.
they're getting rid of the
But that
monetization.
means League 6 may contain Blood Moon Rises and Raids 4 inside of whatever League 6 is going to be, and that is going to be incredible. As for RuneScape 3, I'm not a huge player or ambassador of RuneScape 3. I am more on the old school side, but there is a massive
That's what I hear a
that
lot.
occurred
A lot
earlier
of
on
people
that I
more
was able to get behind, and
OSRS.
so did all of the old school RuneScape community, and basically anybody inside the community. and that was the removal of a microtransaction called Treasure Hunter. And finally, RuneScape Dragon Wilds. I played it when it first came out with Ashenvale, I believe it was called. And then the most recent expansion, Fell Hollow. I recently have played that one as well, and I have completed it. And Dragon Wilds is a game where it's not even fully released. When I say that, 2026, Dragon Wilds will be fully released to everybody, completely done. But you can play it now. You will only just get the first 2 expansions. And the first 2 expansions as a standalone game is incredible. I cannot wait to see the expansion to the entire thing when we get the entire world, the entire universe of what's going on there. So far, the gameplay is incredible. Whoever's working behind that team, honestly, I feel Dragon Wilds, when it's released later this year, I don't know when, again, it's going to be a masterpiece when it's fully done, when you can start a new character, go through Ashenvale, go through Fell Hollow, and then go through the next 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, whatever level of different realms there's going to be. But you can still play it now, early, and you can play the expansions as they release. Right now, we have Ashenvale, we have Fell Hollow, and we will be getting another expansion fairly soon into 2026, and that will be the release of the Mithril, and I think the Fishing Skill. Honestly, Jagex, 25-year anniversary, the game, the company,
people prefer WoW Classic to WoW Retail.
It's looking good, and I'm very,
This
very
is the
excited.
old nostalgic version.
And if you guys haven't yet, make sure to go
Yeah.
play RuneScape, one of the greatest games of all time.
Yeah, if I was to jump back in, I'd check out old school
Next
RuneScape
up,
again
we have a group
personally.
of 4 games, that being Darklight Survivor coming from
I played Darklight Survivor.
Marico, Tape 101 coming from Subversa, and Unawake from Reality Art Studio, Nested Lands from 1M Horde.
Yeah, I quite like this. This is like a Survivor-like, obviously. Had a in one of the Steam Next Fests. Had this on the channel. It's actually pretty cool. Hugo wants to join. I didn't really experience this bit though, where it's like third person. I didn't find it in the demo how to like switch to third person. It's interesting you can do it top down or third person. From what I played, I was quite happy doing it top down though, but I guess it gives people options.
You're dead.
You smell like shite.
It's another one we played the playtest for. This was like Eurojank, but was like really cool as well. Had some good systems.
Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead.
Nested Lands. Oh, this month. Don't do it again. I haven't really played too many like backroom games. Hey Jason, how you doing? I'm struggling. Oh my god. I don't know why I'm sneezing so much today. Looks pretty interesting. Tape 101. Eerie. Play the demo.
For eternity, I struggled to become an aspect of courage, freedom, and honor. So much for the glory of angels.
Let it in. Let it burn your flesh. Let it burn your soul.
This looks pretty nice. Pretty alpha version. I see more of these like first person Souls-likes in a way. Unawake. Did I? Yeah, I played a demo of this ages ago. It was like a Steam Next Fest like 2 years ago, maybe.
Darklight Survivor, maybe the
pretty
one of
interesting
the games we've seen that kind of blew our mind a little bit. You had top down, you had third person, and something else.
Oh, the instantaneous switch, of course, between top down and third person, but then the pixel art, being able to instantaneously
adapt to.
That's
it's
insane.
really sick.
Yeah, combining both those features, because you said it and I was like, wait, is that what it's doing? I had to.
Yeah, you can sort of like just toggle it.
That's such a crazy.
My understanding.
Such a crazy feature.
So it's a game.
You can change it in the settings so that it looks pixels
And,
instead.
A little bit kind of like Vampire Survivors in the style of Megabunk. So you can either have the top-down view, first-person view, whatever you prefer, and you swap all the time. Sick.
I think it's interesting to think about the strategy element of that probably that comes into play, like when you're fighting certain things.
Yeah, maybe some bosses.
Maybe if you're seeing a boss.
Because on the surface, it seems like it's just like it's a personal preference thing, but it might actually have its place in like the gameplay loop. Like if you're in a certain situation, like, I should go top down.
Or maybe depending the skill that you use.
Yeah, because you may think that it's just like a gimmick for a different viewpoint or filter or whatever, but the idea that you could use it tactically as a gameplay mechanic too is really cool.
Aiming for early access in late Q1 of 2026. They already have a demo out that a lot of people have played, and we've said this a lot of times. One of my favorite parts about these devs already is that they have listened to their players who have played the demo. They made it a point to tell us, like, we've made 6 patches in the demo based on player feedback, and I think that's super important, especially for a game that looks as good as this, because it can be a lot of fun. You know, roguelike survival with mechanics we've never seen before, as far as I'm aware, so it should be fun. Next up, we had Tape 101, a game that's probably too scary for Jake to play. If I had to,
I had to literally cradle him while we were watching that. I thought he was gonna.
All these things are true. Yeah, you guys know me so well.
What I appreciated about it is it's not a jump scare game.
Yeah, they've stressed they don't want to do jump scares. It's specifically psychological, mind melty, unnerving horror.
You will not have jump scares, but you will have nightmares.
You know the thing is, that sounds like something that a developer of a game that has jump scares in it would say.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no
True.
jump scares.
Yeah, there's.
You said they sound like my chat anytime I play a scary game.
No, I feel like you just have trust issues because of unresolved problems.
You're 20 hours in, that's when you're gonna finally see the jump scare, and it's gonna be one big gotcha.
Honestly, I would kind of respect them for doing that.
That would be awesome. I was definitely unnerved by just the music, whatever's going on in the background. They did a great job.
But there's cool little twists to the backgrounds too,
It kind of
right?
feels at times that you're also hallucinating because of like the camera.
Well, it's
angle.
like video camera, and you were in an RC car during certain points, like exploring it. We had nested lands as well. It's a village in survival, like village management in survival type of game, where obviously very
I really like nested lands.
A lot of, I mean, what was
The
the
play
last
test
shot?
of it in the summer last year.
Bring out your dad. I will say, I love management games. I love management games and sim games, village management sim games. Like this is right up my alley.
This feels like Manor Lords meets survival. So it has a different viewpoint, and you got to take care of not just yourself, but everyone around you.
If you don't, your entire village is just gonna be.
Yeah, they even show you the burning bodies. Like, yeah, sorry, we lost some of your peeps.
Yep.
Better make better decisions.
What I liked was seeing the blend of like, obviously you're playing as this person, and you have to survive, and he was like hunting stuff and like that. But I imagine you're also recruiting people for yourself.
It's a little bit like
as,
Asker.
the king,
If anyone's
and you
played
get to, like,
that,
choose who to recruit,
you build your village. You can then have these people join you, and then they can go and do foraging and hunting, all that kind of stuff.
Workers without
Yeah.
wage.
Exactly. Yeah.
Then finally we had Unawake, a game, a first-person action game, mixed kind of a little bit of fantasy. You're battling hordes with melee, ranged weapons. It's hack and slash. It's roguelike. Looks like kind of like a Doom Skyrim to me.
I mean, honestly, the art direction was beautiful.
Yeah.
Like those environments, you see them, and it's just.
It's very pretty.
No, but something about it,
So
I don't even know if
I still need to try Bell, right?
In the back of my mind,
But
this probably won't make it. Mordor-esque, like
I think
it just looked really good.
Yeah. Mordor.
not as much as Bellwright, maybe.
Yeah,
I think Bellwright's a lot more village management, isn't it?
Some notes they gave us.
As well as like
expected to launch
exploration
early
and
access
stuff.
Late 2026 as well. They are
I need to check that out.
designing the game to be moddable after release, which I think is really cool. People who like Path of Exile, they specifically called out it's a central skill and stat tree that is similar to Path of Exile, but more approachable. So it's not going to break
expect a skill forest instead of a skill tree.
Skill force, lots of complexity, lots of interlocking skills, layers of progression.
So I think a lot of it's going to be a game
Sounds
for
good.
people who really like their builds of things and like, okay, how can I specialize in this?
Oh, dude, I'm doing this all day. Just
Skyrim. Talking about Unawake.
And then the double sword
Not
grab you're doing,
Skyrim
you're
in the sense that you can dual wield
And the fact it's
melee
moddable,
weapons.
I would love to see the direction
A
that
bit
goes.
more like a
Well,
Doom
there's so much potential.
and
You
a
have modders come in and do
first-person
additional
Dark
levels,
Souls in a
boss
way.
fights, romance, unironically, you could add that if you want it. Like lots of potential.
I think it's the world is too dark for that stuff.
Well, with that attitude, yeah. But maybe with romance, it
Love
wouldn't
can
be so
exi-
dark.
love can exist anywhere.
A mod could brighten the world up a little bit.
Okay.
Next up, we have a very
Outcat
exciting
Games,
segment
yep.
where we actually got
Dark
to sit
Heresy
down
and
with
Rogue
the
Trader.
executive producer over all of the Warhammer 40k series, as I understand it, Anatoly Shestov.
By enemies from within. By enemies from without.
This is like XCOM, I think, but Warhammer 40k.
Imagine you're playing inside Warhammer universe by the guys who can't use the army, who need to find this particular person in charge of bad things to make Imperium stand for one more day before grumbling to dust. That's basically how I would describe it.
Bit of Philip
Just
Bellwright
imagine
recently.
the true Warhammer
Combat different, more moving direction to attack.
No
Okay.
choices are good, but you don't have an option to go away.
A little bit like Mountain
You
Blades.
need to get your hands dirty.
Directional combat.
And it's just a matter of how precisely you will achieve this. One of the most significant changes that any player would experience compared to the Rogue Trader would be more stakes, more value in a surrounding.
Must be more like a
in any environment
Pathfinder then.
that you're playing with, the covers, the line of sights. We really
Be more
know
like a
how they are
CRPG.
calculated, how they are working,
So not an
and
XCOM.
how how much benefit they providing to the party. So it's basically would be more playing around the environment. We abandoned the step up mechanics. So if you're ending your turn behind some wall, you are behind some wall. There won't be like one circle around you that allows you to step up of this cover and to shoot at anything. If you so the place where you start your turn, the place where you're ending your turn would
maybe the combat's like
more
XCOM, perhaps.
Other thing is role-playing model. There are way more roles being made inside the combat. Lots of the things making you roll something, lots of the things make your opponents roll something. So it's not just your weapon skill or ballistic skill. It's way more significant influence of the role-playing choices that you've made previously. Almost all of the combats in the game will have alternative ways to finish them, not just killing all of your enemies. We are allowing player to target specific parts of the body of the enemies, and by doing this, we're allowing to make your opponent lose an option to move or lose an option to use abilities. There are different ways how you can tactically approach your desire, your design of how to proceed with the combat. And of course, there is a whole new subsystem that came on a change of the momentum. This is a morale system. Momentum was a party-based, and you spend it to activate some heroic moments of your companions. For the Dark Heresy, we feel it need to be more intimate, more personal, and not just for your party. We are not just telling a story through the environment or the words of in a dialogue. No, we're actually making cases. We're actually making the culprits. We're actually collecting and interpreting evidence and discussing them with your retinue and analyzing them and making conclusions. There are some other mighty forces inside the scintilla because you're not playing in a vacuum and you need to struggle for power, but most of the time you are playing as a person in charge, as a person that have authority, and a person who need to make hard choices. One of the most significant ways of the influence of a story for Dark Heresy would be your decision of which case is more important. For example, there is a
choice and consequence.
Fire slums, and this is a toxic waste, and the level of the toxic sea is growing. And if you're going there as a first place, there will be toxic waste somewhere nearby, and there will be people getting ready to be consumed by the toxic waste. But if you are going there late stage, there will be actual toxic sea, and you will be playing around it. There will be changes in a geometry, changes in a combat encounters of how they are playing, changes in a narrative behind this, and changing based on the timings, how you decided how you approach this.
To venture forth into darkness and bring the light of the Emperor to the uncharted void. All must be cleansed in his name.
Is there anything you can tell us about like new factions, new notable characters, or iconic Warhammer 40k lore?
There would be Treason, I don't know, most iconic thing that you can potentially name and encounter as a rogue trader, as a Treason. It would be some interesting takes on Astra Militarum. I won't share specifics not to spoil the fun, but it would be there, and there would be some
nailed the aesthetic, haven't they?
Systems like augments ones. You will be able to
like Darktide, isn't it?
Some parts of your body with interesting pieces of Imperium technology. There would be some elaboration on a story of the world behind the main road of the Inquisitor Calcasar's shenanigans. Let's say it like this. It would be some interesting dive on a past of the von Balansus dynasty, even further than Theodora. There would be some new takes on how dangerous wildlife can be. Other thing that definitely we will provide for the player is some vaults, the treason vaults, some collections of pretty wild things being gathered by this Necron. Of course, this is a Rogue Trader story, and Rogue Trader is kind of part of his void ship, so there would be
That's
some
very cool.
expanding.
Rogue Trade
the
is already out.
void ship,
It's like
some
one I've been meaning
places
to
visit, some old
check out
places to
when I get some time.
revisit. It would be new companion with a whole set of unique mechanics inside it. It would be the general system of augmentations provided to the players. So if you always wanted to replace the limbs of the Heinrichs with some like pretty adamant ones, you will have such an option. Not just Iron Hands from the Biomonsi, but the real Iron Hands. Yes, that's an option. It's the first DLC that allows us to expand the late game parts of the Rogue Trader, and expand it not mechanically, but expand it in a 100% of the different aspects of the game.
Let's first talk about the
Okay.
new DLC for Rogue Trader.
Actually, I'm going to interrupt you. Can you tell people generally, basic bitches like Jake, can you explain Warhammer 40K as general? Like what's the playthrough about?
We actually asked Anatoly to describe all of this for people not familiar with Warhammer, and this is how he described it.
Imagine you're playing inside Warhammer universe by the guys who can't use the army, who need to find this particular person in charge of bad things to make Imperium stand for one more day before grumbling to dust. That's basically how I would describe it.
There's a new companion, and there's also this companion has unique mechanics, and
They're also doing things like new environments. They're revisiting previous environments and then overhauling them. They're altering and they're changing, not to get too specific, but they're changing things about the late game to extend that roadway. This DLC alone offers 12 to 15 hours of additional content. Like, there's a lot of meat on the bone.
so I'm very happy. I was extremely happy when he said that, yes, this game is going to be fully voice acted. And I'm really excited because it helps people to, have like this depth and this, to understand how the characters really feel, especially in a world that's so heavy and difficult.
Dark even at times.
Yes.
But to be clear, Dark Heresy is not, it's not like a sequel to Rogue Trader. It's
Yes,
a
it's
separate
a
system.
separate-
It works different mechanically. There's different things going on, but my understanding, and speaking with Anatoly, was that it's going to be a very narrative focus. That's the primary concern. Not that Rogue Trader was not a focus, but that's where a lot of the effort is going with the voiced cast throughout the entire thing and many other aspects of it. The narrative is like the central component.
One of the things that I really enjoyed that he mentioned was you can target enemies' specific body parts to sever them during fight.
That was the coolest part that I'd seen.
So it's really nice because if they have like a they're very fast. So you want to target their legs to cripple them and so on. Not only that, but you know how sometimes you get into a very awkward situation where you're crushing the combat, and there is still that one guy that, in spite of all his friends being dead in the battlefield, he's still trying his. That's not going to be really a thing. Enemies can surrender. They can run
That's
away.
cool.
They can.
You can kind of break the morale.
Sometimes maybe even negotiate their way out of this, and it's up to you to decide what happens to them.
Yeah, hearing all those combat options was the coolest thing to hear him talk about. Like, you can render your opponent useless in whatever different limb you want to actually target, but you can also make them blind. There's so many different unique features to the combat where even when I was listening to talk about it, I was like, okay, wow, I've never played a game like this, but it sounds really intriguing.
Yeah, and it was just interesting to see Anatoly describe how the team wanted to revisit some of those things that are taken for granted in RPGs, like the concept of just an enemy. Well, you fight until all the enemies are dead, and that's it. But the team went back and was like, that doesn't like necessarily make sense. Like sometimes the guy would be like, you just blew his head off, you just exploded that guy. I'm covered in John, you know, like I'm gonna run away now. And that just makes sense.
I love that description he gave. Yeah, I love that one.
It's lovely.
So question for the group that I want to spin off of this. How do you play these games? Like, okay, now we know this critical system, you can blow their arm off, you can maim them, and they will surrender, maybe.
We know how she's gonna play it.
So the choice, like...
Make it as miserable as possible.
Let me take one arm, and then feed him that arm while I take off the other arm. Oh, are you surrendering? I can't hear what you're saying.
Too late!
Yeah.
I think he understands me. There are some things that are really exciting about this game, and I cannot wait to try it. So I hope you guys are as excited as I am for this one.
And I can't stress enough, Owlcat Games, they know what they're doing when it comes to CRPGs. Like, they are not to be messed with. They know what they're doing, and I think this is one to keep an eye on for sure.
Next up, a few games that
Tower
I would
Bomb,
consider
Spin
kind
City,
of couch co-op
Finish
games,
Attack.
games that I would have fun sitting and
Played a little bit
playing
Tower Bomb.
with people, like at a party or with my family.
Coming into its
This is
1.0
gonna be
now, isn't it, I think?
Towerborn coming from Stoic and Xbox Game Studios. We have Sprint City from Double
Like
Dutch
Castle
Games.
Crashers,
These are the
but
creators of Speedrunner
modern day.
and Dinch Attack coming from Undercoders.
This is a long conference, to be fair.
I would describe this as a brawler meets action RPG. This is an awesome entry into the brawler space as somebody who tends to play a lot of RPGs.
It was cool art
MMOs,
style,
so
Tower
I have
Bomb.
a lot of brain space and like I want to make really cool builds. A little less so in like how do I actually dodge and get out of things and find my openings. Early on, I was able to kind of compensate for that by finding nice little gear and little pieces.
What's the only
to put
content
together,
creator here I kind of follow
to
is
eventually
Luke.
build,
Seems like a guy
my
with well-formed
brawler
opinion. Yeah,
skill set
I
and
agree.
find
I
myself
also
kind of going back and forth as we
same
play test,
big fan of Luke
between,
Stevens.
like, oh, I'm finding something that's a little difficult here.
Big-
well, what
big
can
inspiration.
I do, with my gear set in order to tweak things, or like
I've
is
really
there a
been
different
impressed with
skill that I can
Luality
pick
though.
up for this particular encounter.
Like she's been
be able to go dive
good
right
opinions
back
as well,
in.
I think.
The player is an ace, which is a deathless defender of humanity, which is currently sequestered away on the Belfry, which is McLaren's background over there. It's a tower.
Yeah, we've
that
been going for
was,
just over 3
set up
hours,
for
Shami.
mysterious purposes, but turned out to be a pretty good haven for folks after the
But
fall
2.5
of
hours is
their
the
stronghold,
show.
the City of Numbers. The player is
So
helping
far.
humanity as they
It's
can.
probably a
getting
3-hour show.
refugees to safety, battling the beastkin that have risen and have become incredibly aggressive, while ultimately attempting to find out why did numbers fall and what conspiracy is still brewing there.
We wanted players to experience a brawler type combat.
I mean, I respect the fact you can call out bullshit and doesn't review games the same way a games journalist does. Yeah.
RPG
Yeah.
gear sort of system, and so we've spent a lot of time over the last 6 months or so taking a ton of feedback
Chen
from
is
our
a trick.
players
Yeah.
to really kind of hone that particular system. So players should be able to come in, pick one of the 4 classes that we have. They'll see a whole new set of skills. They'll find a whole bunch of new equipment, and the idea should be that they should feel like one of several heroes going in and just beating up a bunch of like
When it comes to like
awesome
game reviewers,
monsters. We've tried to add new
Luke Stevens,
enemies,
Skill
new
Up,
lieutenants, and new bosses.
ACG.
I think people are gonna
Can't
feel
really go too wrong with
quite
those 3. And
quite
then
the adventure as they go into the updated version of Tower
Morty
War.
as well.
Stoic has always tried to be player first. When we decided to do early access for Towerborn, a lot of that was born out
I remember
of
his channel name.
we had a vision of trying to evolve the brawler into something
just the 100%.
bigger, something that hadn't really been done before. You can see other
Mortismal gaming.
games have taken different routes. You know,
They're like
some
the
have
Four
taken
Horsemen.
kind of the roguelite route, some stayed into the traditional.
good.
We wanted to kind of expand it to more like the true action RPG. And in order to do that, early access was very, very important to figure out what was going to work and what wasn't. Simultaneously, we didn't want to be caught in early access limbo, right? Like, I'm sure this is the kind of things that you would love to talk about. I love to talk about them too. How do you not stay in early access for 7 years? Our intent and purpose was we need to come out of early access solid. And there is a certain point where you just collect everything. Most of the feedback that's coming in either kind of falls into an existing category. Hey, a lot of people have said this thing. You know, maybe you might get something new, but you look at it and you're like, yes, it's new, but it's not reaching the, you know, kind of urgency that some of these other things are. We have a good list of things now. This is kind of what the players have told us. We need to really deliver on that. And the best way we can deliver on that is just, you know, put your head down, focus, and create an experience that I believe is worthy of coming out of early access, that people should look at that and say like, oh, okay, I see why you did it. Absolutely was worth it. I can see a clear night and day difference
not wanting the games too hard.
what is in live right now and what I am receiving when you go into
Please control your game if you suck
One of
and
the big
helps you
pieces
out.
was that folks were big fans.
How can you review a game if you can't play
certain
it?
Pieces of actual gear that
That's
you would earn
controversial.
through the game, but there was no cosmetic version of that, and so you had to make the choice of like, do I want to look good?
That's why I
or
like
do want to
Multismal
look-
Gaming.
Do I want to look a little
That's why I like
bit
Skill
more
Up,
powerful?
Luke Stevens. You can tell they actually play the games and they actually play through them.
Be able to create a cosmetic version
Like-
of the gear that you earn through writs,
Yeah.
which are earned through completing adventures.
And so the idea initially with Towerborn was we just want to make a fun
Amount of time it
beat 'em
goes
up with
in
a
to
light
play
story
a
in the
game fully,
background. We
then
weren't really
review it.
gonna lean into kind of the
Kudos.
stoic,
I've tried it.
narrative
Not possible for me.
strength that we have, and we just kind of wanted to take a bit of a breather. And we had expected, perhaps incorrectly, that the community would see it for what it is and be okay with it. But it turned out a lot of people were like, wait, you have something very interesting in the background here. You know, we actually really want to know what's going on. We really would like something more clearly leading us through. And so we've spent a very significant amount of time and resource to put a narrative from the jump. And so there's an arc now. There's a primary antagonist. You will
Okay.
understand that antagonist.
It's
You
very
will
much like
confront that
roguelite-y
antagonist, and there
in a
will
way
be
beforehand.
resolution. And so there's probably a
Releasing fully in February 26th.
20-ish
Okay.
hour story arc now in the game that players can look forward to and feel like there's a resolution to the Towerborn.
Undercoders. Bench attack. You're a train hopping from one rail to the next. Baseball following you. Still remember the whining about from Dark Souls and Elden Ring. Souls like should have an easy mode. Yeah, no. I'm not good at those games.
We're Undercoders.
I
We're in
don't
the studio based in
ask for an
Barcelona.
easy mode in them.
Recently, we've been focused on developing 3D platformers, but our studio is heavily influenced by arcade classics, Japanese culture, and extreme sports games. And Dense
Mhm.
Attack is our dream project, a step forward for the studio combining everything we love. In Dense Attack, you'll discover a not-so-distant future Japan in which local railways have been abandoned and are now used by underground gangs to compete in illegal contests of train acrobatics. You'll have to
Train
rack up points by
acrobatics.
chaining tricks, explore huge levels, race against rival crews, and uncover a wild story as you travel through Japan taking the railways back. We are making a game that is not just about what you do, but how you do it. It's expressive, stylish, and totally up to you.
Reminds me of like Tony Hawk's SSX, like the snowboarding games.
Trips in the late
Crazy
90s, we've
Taxi.
been obsessed by traveling across Japan by train and being
Mhm.
able to dive into the local culture, getting to know the architecture, the landscapes, the folklore, and we're always captivated by the sheer contrast of their peaceful countryside and the high energy of its huge cities, which somehow feels connected and part of the same cultural rhythm. It's a never-ending source of inspiration that has been fueling our creative energy throughout all the years and has now materialized in Dense Attack. On your adventure, you'll find a variety of challenges to move forward, from trip pack
Cool, like,
arenas to
passion
compete for
project,
high
isn't it?
scores to objective-based exploration levels and even racing circuits.
The world is packed with a bunch of unique characters from different gangs and personalities that you will have to face on your journey through Japan. And with every new challenge, you will grow as a Dense attacker and further add to the chaos. We've handcrafted every stage from the ground up, pulling from real-world locations to make every landscape different but recognizable. You will go really fast, but if you look closely, you'll catch references to every corner of Japanese culture.
You'll be fighting wild boss battles against gang leaders, which will test everything that you've learned.
It's like a mech.
These are always full
That's
of
cool.
surprises. You'll never know what secret technique your rebel hides, so you'll have to get creative to overcome them with your train. They're a mix of spectacle, personality, and challenge that one could expect for an anime-style showdown made game. Densho Tag
Cool, like,
is a love
boss
letter
designs.
to anime, skate games, and Japan's iconic train system. If you like Jet Set Radio, Tony Hawk, or Densho to Go, you can't miss this train. Pun intended.
Wish list now. We can wait to show you more.
That's pretty cool.
Hey,
Game
what's
Pass
up?
title as well.
Welcome to Densho Tag. It's the best game in the world.
See us.
Hello, we're Undercoders. Hello, hello.
Bloopers in the trailer.
Wishlist now. Wishlist now. We can show. Wishlist now. We can't wait to show you more.
Oh. Speedrunners. This is a fun party game. Like, yeah. Speedrunners 2. It's so simple, but like rage-inducing. Very fun, like party game. You've got a few friends around or whatever. Wait, is it separate? It's not.
I talked to McLaren and Shayna, and they were awesome and very chatty
What, it's
about
not
their game
Speedrunners
for all good
2?
reasons. They were an early access game.
Oh,
It's,
shit, Speedrunners 2 is a
they wanna
sub game.
focus more on
That's
the
Sprint
RPG
City.
side of things, but technically speaking, looter, brawler, side
Okay.
scroller, like you said, meant to
Kind
be.
of like Castle Crashers.
Yeah, that is definitely the most common comparison they get, but along those lines of couch co-op, you want to play with a buddy or play with whoever's
Yeah,
next
Sprint
to you,
City is
and
different
they
to
are actually
Speedrunners
early
2.
access game, now going to full release. So this is their big update to justify the full release, but it was already definitely justified. Upon full release, we're looking at 170 plus missions. What they say is probably around 20 plus hours of content, and they also want to focus on these builds, which lead to an ultimate replayability. So there's also a difficulty bar they're going to be adding to all of this. They have a level that is going to be called, I believe, Brutal. And from what I'm being told, it will be extremely difficult, but the game is meant to be replayed plenty with you focusing on what build you actually want as you play through it all.
There's definitely a huge market for co-op couch gaming right now in a world of like online multiplayer. I feel like that's kind of a lost art. You saw successive games like Split Fiction, stuff like that. So.
For those of you who are lonely without friends, I relate to you. I actually played this game by myself every time I have played it, and I still had a blast.
And for those who haven't checked out the original, with this big update though, also introducing a new biome. You have new bosses. The enemies you fight against have new styles of combat. So they are really introducing a full-fledged game that was already pretty fleshed out to begin with, but they're wanting people to be like, okay, this is technically a new game. So for those who
They're
are
really
expected to
saving
stumble
Crimson
across
Desert
this,
to the
you
very
are getting
end.
A brand new side scroller with so much replayability.
And it's another situation where they took a ton of feedback from early access.
Yes, heavily community focused. Again, we've said it many a times. A lot of these devs know how to listen to feedback because those are their diehards, and they have definitely done that.
Next up, we had Densho Tag.
I like trains.
I love these.
You tried to steal it from me, but I was taking that.
I love
Who
these
doesn't
guys.
like trains?
I love these guys.
This is my favorite Japan-inspired game ever.
I had seen this game before, but I didn't really understand what it even was. But now I understand what it is, the inspirations. Like, it makes sense. As weird as it is to say that an acrobatic train game makes sense to me, it makes sense now.
Yeah, because we were talking, what, like Temple...
That is a game for the new generation.
Like,
yes.
Temple Runner X, like TikTok.
Yeah, you
see
Subway
it's under a
Surfer
Joe
kind of
Rogan
thing.
clip on TikTok, like to keep people's attention.
But in the best of way, because also I love doing this kind of format because you see a different side of those devs. Like, they went out of their way to send us that stuff, and we get to see a different side of them, and to see and connect to the faces behind it and see their enthusiasm.
They're so fun.
Yeah.
How could they not make a fun game?
Yeah.
It's impossible.
The boss, the mecha train
The mecha
thing.
train
and, like,
boss
So
is
when I
sick.
heard there's gonna be a boss fight in the train acrobatics game, I was like, what do you mean?
At first
But it
glance,
works.
you're like, what is this? And then you realize you see more of it.
I
Like,
can't
wow,
wait
there's
to
a
know
lot
the
more to it.
storyline.
Exactly. So it seems fun and engaging, and then there's like, oh, there's a story behind this.
And
you're
there's
like,
real
okay.
bosses
and real inspirations. Like
So it's a
they
soul-
show you what has actually inspired them to make this Japanese style game.
Yes, I think.
Lovely. Train out of 10.
Next up in that group, we had Sprint
Train
City.
out of
That
10.
is coming from Double Dutch, which was the creators of Speedrunners, which is another very popular
Oh, they
you know,
did
couch game that
create
played for a
Speedrunners.
very long time.
Okay.
They have Speedrunners 2 already coming out, but this is a whole different game, but from the same creators.
This looks like a game that
That's why it looks
in
so
a good
similar.
way, would really piss me off to lose to other people. At.
It looks like a game that would ruin friendships.
I would.
like
It looks like one of those side scrollers that I would fall so far behind where you can't even see the others, and it just kind of leaves you real
The
upset.
first jump, and you're like, I'm gonna get it.
turn the
eventually.
turn the console off.
Get a bigger
Start over.
Get a bigger TV so I can see where they're at.
To me, Sprint City
So where does
is the
Sprint
game
City
that
and Speedrunners
you
2 come
are
into?
over at like a party. You know, it's like the Super Smash Bros. Effect.
Yes,
It's like we've played a round of Pong or something, and now we want to play a video game together. We're gonna go play this, and people are gonna get pissed, and Jake and Rob are gonna get in a fist fight probably, and like.
He doesn't want that.
And who do you think's
Did
gonna
you
win
guys
that
ever
fist
play?
fight?
We already had this
Who do you
debate
think
today.
would win that? Just look at the size of the feet. Pretty close, aren't? Yeah.
Did you guys ever play Overcooked with your families?
I did not, but I've
Yeah.
watched people, and I've seen it ruin relationships. I feel like.
It can. It's the ultimate test of communication. In this case, my understanding is the game is much more competitive, where you're playing against your friends, not really working together. But yeah, these types of games, I just.
It's momentum based. It's Sprint City, literally, and like Speedrunners. And so I feel like it's one of those games that's also probably very satisfying to be good at.
Yeah.
And to be like.
Once it clicks.
But you can't be too good.
Once you're hitting all the
Yeah,
the
but you
proper
can't
places.
be too good or your friends won't play with you.
Right. Yeah. That's the thing.
Gotta hold some back. Kind of like
Now
the
we
Goldman,
have a set of
Duskfade, and
beautiful
Corekeeper.
games, in my opinion. This is going to be Eternal Life of
Corekeeper
Goldman
must
from
be for
We
Switch
Happy
2, 'cause
Studio
Corekeeper's
and
already
Team
out.
Street Nordic. We have Dustfade from Weird Beluga in Fireshine, and another Fireshine game with Pugstorm called Corekeeper.
Jeez.
What do you mean?
What?
What do you mean he smashed?
What do you think? He fell from a great height.
Yeah, but he couldn't have. Did he really die?
I imagine he was crushed to a pulp. Do you think they'll ever find his body?
Mom!
Okay, okay. I was just
What is
making
going
sure
on?
you were paying attention.
Cool, colorful lake. 2D platformer. Very cool art style. Eternal Life of Goldman. Pretty cool. All hand drawn apparently. Played this as well. I quite like this. I had a lot on at the time, so I didn't really continue with it, but it's good fun. Void and Voltage coming into the month. Thank you for the follow, Q-Turk. Oh, this is the Duskfade, isn't it? Yeah. Cartoon Souls-like. Music is alright though, isn't it? Okay, got a little grapple. Oh, you need to do all that. Just a little mid-air change. They haven't done Crimson yet, no, Jersey. They're saving Crimson to last.
You can't turn back.
I'm gonna keep that up the sleeve.
It'll be different, but you'll both be okay.
It's quite colourful. Now it looks a bit more like a Ratchet and Clank or something. Pretty interesting. Anything popped out that looks particularly good? There was a
First, we had a
train acrobatics game.
that we just watched.
Dench Attack. That looks pretty good.
Was crazy.
I love the hand-drawn vibe. Oh.
It looks like those classic.
It looks so good.
Classic animation.
It gives me also Cuphead too.
Cuphead, it's like Cuphead, Hollow Knight.
Yeah. Oh, and the so they've had a previous trailer that was very unsettling because the narrative, the narration went from like comforting,
happy, and then it got really
to like dark and
Mm-hmm.
scary. This one, it was much more.
I miss the murder vibes.
But like it works. I'm so excited. I think it looks so good.
It's gonna be emotional.
Crimson not on yet. No. No.
Game that like people are gonna get tied
It'll be the
to,
last one
like
they
you said,
do.
Hollow Knight.
Didn't say.
What was it? Celeste.
Everyone waiting for
maybe
Crimson.
A little bit. I mean, game
Crimson Desert.
I don't know.
Whoa.
As people like to say about any game.
Yeah, they have a free demo launching in February actually, so people can actually try it.
I love the narration.
Okay, yeah, everyone's waiting for it. Yeah.
To see more behind it.
Like we touched on, I think it's one of those games that people will play because it's like a challenging.
I mean, that's like the biggest one they haven't shown.
Side-scrolling type game,
So,
and then you're gonna be sobbing.
We must be near the end.
Yeah, it just seems very like they tell you just enough to pique your interest. They don't tell you much in the trailer,
and then they're gonna emotionally destroy.
Yeah, and it seems very dark, and you're like, well, why?
And hopefully set you up perfect for a sequel.
Yeah. Oh, you never know.
Hand painted. As well, hand drawn.
I don't even know how you do that though. Like, how do you hand draw a game? That's crazy.
See, hopefully next year we have
people more talented than us. This is why we're sitting here. And
I'm like, where are the frames at? What do you?
That's one of the games that would be really cool to go do a dive on in the studio. Like I want to
see. I want to see what.
I mean, it's good a lot of people said beware of Call of this because of Black Desert, it was sketchy. I remember playing a bit of Black Desert, and I quite enjoyed it. It was, you didn't have to think much though, you could just run around.
Where you're going to be able to have a massive update.
Didn't they sell the game?
On January 28th.
Like
there's a new
transfer all your data over and stuff, and
weapons and armor.
This is single player, not MMO.
I play this a lot with my wife. It's
very
just
intriguing.
Like one of our couple games, and I love it. And so seeing new content is crazy.
I played it a lot by myself. I started playing it, and suddenly I had over 100 hours in this game. I wish I could show off my.
I want to do some more Core
I was
Keeper.
doing well. I mentioned it to Lua that I played Core Keeper, and I felt pretty good about where it was. And they're just like, yeah, I have 100 hours, and I have this, and this. I'm like, okay, I'll just leave.
It's a great game. I had a lot of fun. It's one of these games you start, and suddenly you spent a week playing it.
Oh, you will lose yourself. The other night, we stayed up till 1 a.m. playing it when we meant to play till 11, and it's just because.
It's good.
Yeah, it's just one more run through the mines. I'll be right back.
How would you define this game to someone who hasn't seen it?
I mean, I would say it's Stardew Valley, kind of meets Terraria, but it's like procedurally generated, up to 8-player co-op, so you can play with all of your friends, unless you have way more friends than me. And it's just. every run is going to be different because it's all based on seeds, so you can have different save files for different friends and pairings. It's really, really cool.
You can actually use your same character in different save files. So if you're playing by yourself or in your friend's server, you can use the same character, or you can make a new character for their server. So it's kind of like you can visit their home.
And boss fights. I forgot about that.
Oh, the boss fights are so
Stardew
good.
Valley, more combat focused, but also co-op and boss fights.
So different boss fights have different mechanics. The boss system in this game is actually excellent. I have killed, I think, all of the bosses on the game as of right now, so I can't wait for the update, for the new stuff.
For a new one.
Then finally in that section we had Dusk Fade from Weird Beluga and
That's the
Fireshine.
one right there. That's the one.
They say it is a love letter to the golden era of 3D action platforming like Jak and Daxter in Ratchet and Clank.
Ratchet and Clank.
That whole era, like the PS1, that is PS2 era, that's what was screaming at me.
Yeah, Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah, and then there's boss fights with dodge rolls and health bars, so therefore it is a Souls-like.
And we saw so many different environments too.
Well, you know, like some games, you see the gameplay and
She's
you're
about
just...
to lose her mind.
Well, I was gonna say, like, you see some gameplay and you just, like, you know it's gonna feel good in the
Yeah,
hand.
you can tell by watching somebody else play that feels so
Yeah,
good. There's so
some-
much dopamine being
And then you
released.
actually play it and you get destroyed.
Yeah, and you're like, I'm not that good, but I will get there. It looks very, very good.
It's like cute. It looks like a fun game, like you would let your kids play as well.
Is it like a good combination of all that? You even saw like a little bit of Kingdom Hearts there, a little bit.
Yeah, definitely a good
I can see that.
And he's grabbing
Yeah, the sword.
When the devs describe a game as a love letter to a certain genre or to other games and are not afraid to embrace that,
That's a good sign.
It's a
I get
level. It's a
very
level.
excited.
To be able to say that, there has to be some level of confidence there. Like I know what I have.
And respect,
So I
yeah.
can call it a love letter because I know when they see it, they're gonna feel the same way.
That's good. That's well said.
Next up, we have Shadow of the Road coming from Owlcat as well, with Another Angle Games being the dev. There is Starfinder from Epic Tellers, as well as Gallipoli from Black Mill Games.
Citizens of Nippon, a new dawn rises upon your land. Through progress and technology,
They got more games. So got loads.
prosperity to all. Your nation ripples with mutiny. But our
Oh, wait.
technology will protect your peace.
Almost like steampunk kind of thing as well.
Of progress. On behalf of your glorious Emperor Mutsuhito, we will bring light where there is darkness.
So
Together,
this is like
we
XCOM.
march into a brighter tomorrow.
Oh, look at that. That's a cool design.
For peace. For progress.
I think it was like some kind of
For the
Japanese city builder. Nippon will fall. Add that to the Steam list. Oh, Shadow of the Road. Oh, yeah, I've got this on the wish list already. Yeah. I didn't get around to check out this demo
I am the co-founder at
during
Epic
the
Tellers
Next
Entertainment.
Fest.
I'm here to tell you about our first game,
Starfinder.
Starfinder Afterlight, licensed from Paizo. At its core, Starfinder Afterlight is a party-based RPG in a universe that mixes technology and magic. We focus on creating great storytelling inspired by movies like Guardians of the Galaxy or shows like Firefly.
Okay. Firefly was a good show, wasn't it? Back in the day.
While in the game you will create your own character, in the demo you play as one of the companions, Sterling.
So you give orders? Naughty.
Naughty.
Thanks to the success of our Kickstarter, our game will have full voiceover. The dialogue
Nice.
system is the main way to introduce the player to the lore of the world.
Okay. Okay. Very like Baldur's Gate, but yeah. Sci-fi. Alien.
If you have the sudden, weird feeling of being naked, it's Lou. Her gaze is like an X-ray machine. By the looks on her face, she either thinks you're a joke, or it's her favorite song playing.
That was our narrator, Roger Clark, known from the Red
Red Dead Redemption, isn't it? Yeah.
Giving the right space western feeling we're looking for in the game.
Yeah, sorry to
cool.
ruin happy hour for you, but I have
Big
bad
voice
news about
acting,
Big
then.
One and the Runt. Don't worry, I promise not to say I told you so.
Lou here is referring to Tycho and Cole, our friends, that after a heist gone wrong, should meet us here. Lou seems to know something about them. If you push Lou about the information she's skipping, she's going to be annoyed, and that will lower your approval with her and limit your potential romance options.
Okay, so we've got romance as well. So like space western Baldur's Gate.
I own the info. I choose how to deliver it. All right. They were ambushed at Secubot offices. They knew they were coming, so now the odd couple needs our help. Happy now?
We start the combat right away. The security robots are looking for us and are waiting outside the bar.
Time for my close-up.
The game uses the battle-tested system of Pathfinder 2nd Edition with 3 actions
Okay,
per turn.
Pathfinder.
Lou
Yeah.
already starts in a very good place. She's a support character, so it's better for her to stay behind. She will use the ability Get Them to give a bonus to Sterling when he attacks a specific character, and then shoot again.
Okay. Get 3 turns, don't you?
Now, for Sterling, what makes more sense is to close our distance and use our energy weapon.
Nice. Yeah, if you like the kind of CRPGs and stuff like that, this looks like a good fit.
For combat, we decided to stay away from a grid-based system that gave the feeling of a tabletop simulator.
Yeah, does make it more fluid.
Time for my close-up.
This is it. The team is in full production to release the first 10 hours in early access for summer next year. We cannot wait to show you more.
That's summer
Thanks
this
for
year,
watching.
2026. I've seen this series of first-person shooters, but I've never played it.
Gallipoli is a hardcore multiplayer first-person shooter set in the Middle Eastern theater of World War I. It features authentic weapons.
They have the one that's like
locations,
Izazu or something, right?
factions that you play with 50-player servers. How we approach it is we have a unique blend of arcade where we don't compromise on is picking the locations. Those are always the actual battles. The weapons, the ones that were actually used, and uniforms that are as accurate as possible and plausibly used. It sets us apart
very,
there.
like,
We go
realistic
quite deep on the history,
looking.
but then again we're more accessible than say some of the military simulators. It's easy to jump into. Game is a bit more approachable. So in that way, it sets it apart from another subgenre in the shooters as well. If you wield one of the rifles in the game, the bolt-action rifles, you expect it to be one shot, one kill. The rest of the game is built around that premise. So yes, rifles are one-shot kill, but then again, it must not be the case that somebody goes around the corner and kills the entire team within 1 second. So especially in multiplayer, the fairness concept must be adhered to. So everything is built sort of around making sure that the game feels fair. So there's a balance between in the gunplay that needs to happen, as well as in the way we handle spawning and how quick you are back into the battle. You're very quick to be in combat here. There's other quirky weapons that are part of the arsenals, but these are accurate. They were used. We don't do experimental weapons. We try to stay as accurate as possible when we model them.
That's pretty cool.
The locations we picked, using some geodata, a lot of investigation on images, trying to puzzle together how it looked like when it was when the battle took place. When you're under fire, you have a difficulty reloading your weapon, for instance, and that has custom animations to it. So it's quite elaborate. Not a lot of games, if at all, do this.
That's a very cool idea.
Dynamic based on what happens, and still fair.
One shot, one kill. You're screwed in this one, then Ben. I am.
Jamming system. It's really dependent.
I'll be dying all the time trying to reload.
Is that you can now build stuff together. Part of the game mode will be that you are able to construct objectives and machine guns and other
Give me
things
like
together.
Battlefield 1 vibes.
Evolution of the game mode we had in
and like
taken to
Hell Let Loose.
Where it's really you fight over a certain area, once it's captured,
Looks a bit more arcadey maybe.
Construct things together and then to consolidate your position, to secure it.
Sounds very good.
Guys,
That
first
actually
we
quite
looked at
intriguing.
Shadow of the Road there. Story tactical driven RPG in Japan, but also some like supernatural stuff going on.
Okay, so I actually played the demo for this game, and it was super fun. It felt kind of like XCOM meets like Samurai, but there were like very unique twists. The final fight in the demo is actually really sick. I hope you enjoy it. There was like cool mechanics, and I don't know, give the demo a go and fun stuff if you like the kind of like XCOM tactical.
They actually have on Steam
a little bit of like the Baldur's Gate type. Definitely check it out.
There's a 2026 release for this game.
New game plus showcase.
To me,
like,
someone who doesn't
section
play these types
on
of
Steam.
games, I just think
If there's anything you missed here,
or not the storyline,
you can add
like
to
the
your wish
environment is
list.
cool. It's Japan with supernatural elements. Like you saw that big robot walking around.
Sci-fi samurai. I feel like that's like a trend now. Is like taking certain settings and combining it with sci-fi. That's really cool.
I'm not sure I would say it's sci-fi, but I would say like mythology. It's just some really sick stuff. There is a lot of exploration, and exploration is actually quite cool. You can like change things in the world.
Then we had Starfinder coming from Epic Tellers. That's going to be in early access in 2026 as of right now.
Look,
And the
there's
demo
not too
is
many
actually
we
gonna be
haven't
available
seen
soon
yet.
during Steam Next Fest. So when this airs, that will be a month away.
So I actually got to talk with the devs. They were very happy that the Kickstarter was doing so well. They also got a very good team in the voice acting team, and the game seems super exciting. I can't wait to hear more about it.
I mean, being built off of Pathfinder, I think you said 2nd edition?
Yes.
You know there's going to be a lot of depth and complexity when it comes to combat too. So, I mean, I can see why people are excited. I can just certainly see.
But to me, what I can already appreciate
Looks
looking
like there's
at
only
it
3
is,
games
you know,
left.
You guys obviously paid a lot of attention to your art style, being kind of like the Persona vibes of the pop-ups. I think is really cool, and as we know, the voice acting as well. I think they have a couple of notable names.
Sombra from Overwatch.
Yeah, so they put a lot of detail into those, which I can appreciate, even as someone who doesn't.
And funnily enough, this character that I mentioned, it's this larvae with this grub-like character with a grub, is actually voiced by the same VA as Asterion. So,
oh goodness.
Preach is also voice acted by Neil Bone, and he's also the director of the voice acting in this game.
That's crazy.
Then we had World War I Gallipoli as our final one. Jake got to do another interview here with someone who, I mean, I remember you saying during the interview, it felt like a high school lesson for you listening.
Yeah, it was awesome to talk to Josh, and he gave me a real quick pronunciation lesson because luckily I got his name right, and I didn't get the name of the game right because being from Iowa, I said Gallipoli, and it is pronounced Gallipoli. Long story short, Gallipoli is covering the Ottoman front, the Eastern front throughout all of this, and what you'll find with Blackmill Games is they always have realistic weaponry for the side they're covering and for the time being World War I, and they don't miss that here.
Well, the uniforms, there's so much attention to detail, and they even have some unique gameplay systems like the suppression system where
coolest thing.
It's basically like when the fire's coming in, like you'll start to struggle reloading and stuff.
I don't think I've ever seen, like, I'm sure, I don't know if it's been done or not, but I can't recall another game that's done that.
But it's so clever because of course you'd struggle reloading when bullets are whizzing
what
by.
What that does for your level of immersion is,
And just to remind you guys, this game, I think they do have a PvP focus, but they're also working on a single player campaign.
Yeah, they want to do it justice of telling stories of actual battles that did take place, and they're going to continue this string. Like, they're going to continue. I even asked him, like, what do you progress forward on as a studio? Like, he's like, well, we got a lot to do still for World War I. It was a big war, and it lasted a long time, and so they're not even done here. And luckily, they have found themselves a diehard audience that wants to see this story told, battle to battle, all encompassing the same war.
Well, and it's such a fascinating way to be able to preserve that piece of history.
Yeah,
exactly. Like in an interactive way where people can kind of go boots on the ground and see what it was like in of course, a gamified version, but I think it helps educate a whole new generation on something that would otherwise kind of be forgotten.
Okay, now our final section we have here, a very exciting, a very cool one, if I had to say and use the word I haven't used so far.
Here we go.
For the first time, a very cool section here. First up, we have Where Winds Meet, a game that obviously is already out.
I love it.
But we are getting a brand new boss coming to the Western version of the game in Dino Blade, coming from Team Spino. Incredible looking game. And we also have exclusive interview content with Crimson Desert.
Does the moon over the south still shine bright?
Yeah, you've really liked this game, haven't you, Shami? I just haven't got around to it yet. Kind of good to see this because I haven't seen much of it either. You get on alright with the combat though, Shami? It's free to play as well. Should just give it a go probably. Combo looks fun. Cool, like, art style as well. Combat's fine, takes a bit of learning, ideal combos, but you get them in the damage ready ramps. Ah, okay. It's really cool. This looks right up your street, Jersey. And it's free. I would have got hit by that. I wouldn't have backed up. Skill issue. It's kind of like an MMO, but not, right? Like, you can play it solo, like story solo, isn't it? And then there's like hubs or spaces where you can hang out with other people. If I try and little rev it, yeah, might be able to. Is this just like boss after boss? They're cool boss designs though. Shit. pop into multiplayer when you're like, okay. Almost always solo. Ah, okay. I feel like I would have died like 10 times on this fight alone. Art style and the colors is so cool. They're really going to be leaving Crimson Desert till last, aren't they? I can due up to full content. Okay. That's pretty cool. Available 9th of January. Oh, today. Update today. Fair enough. This one looks ridiculous. I'm not going to judge it too much, but it's like 1v1 dino swords. Like, I don't know. The music slaps though. Go on. Oh, he's using him as a weapon? The T-Rex getting that amount of acrobatic leap was something else. This is like the game you come up with after watching Jurassic Park on a shitload of drugs. Extinct. Dino Blade. Is that like just PvE? Here we go though. Here's what everyone's been waiting for. Crimson Desert.
Based on a bunch of things that I've seen about this game, you can clearly slay dragons. Is that true?
There are dragons in the game.
Mechanical
and
dragons.
You do fight them. We haven't revealed just yet whether or not you can actually slay them. But you can slay them, you can fly them.
Can you lay them?
I'm sorry to the Lua fans, but at this point we're not confirming whether or not there's dragon relations.
Could you speak a little bit to how big this game is?
We've been seeing some news out there with some specific numbers floating around about how big the map is. I don't think numbers really do it justice because how big is that in terms of scope and scale? But what we can say is the world's at least twice as big as the open world and playable area of Skyrim. It's larger than the map of
twice as big as Skyrim.
2. Open world games are about doing things, having activities, having distractions.
That sounds huge.
So we wanted to create a
is it
world
populated?
That's not only
That's the main thing.
massive, but is also incredibly interactive. Obviously, you and your community, Lua, care a lot about romance systems. This is not that type of game in terms of RPG elements and decision making. What it is, though, is you choose the type of character that you want to play as in terms of your progression within the systems in the game. And then through basically headcanon, you're having this very different experience than other players because of the scope and scale of the game. You'll be distracted by something, you'll go on this quest line, you'll have an experience that'll be radically different than someone else, even though they're playing the same game. The guiding principle for the game is around empowering the player and not forcing them into specific choices. There's a lot of time between now and launch in March for us to be able to collaborate on those systems, show people if they have, say, I have an hour to jump in and play this game after work, what is my experience going to look like? So we've done a little bit of showing when you're not in combat, how you're taking advantage and interacting in the world, harvesting resource, gathering them for a whole crafting system that we have in the game.
But no one's launching in like November because of Grand Theft Auto.
House, apparently.
There is a house. The world is made to be interactive.
Have your own house?
And that's also how you learn about the world. So by talking to NPCs, by picking up chickens, then you've learned and your codex will have been updated about the chicken.
What about things that go beyond like fighting? Is there like puzzles? Is there like different types of quests?
That's a great question. One of the things that we showcased, we had a team over to Korea to do a deep dive kind of behind the scenes last September. They came out and we showed them a glimpse of a bunch of different systems. One of the systems that we showed them was in what we call the aerial abyss. It's those sky islands that you see there. That's a very important, pivotal part in the story and quest and mystery surrounding the world. In those sky islands, there are puzzles. They all have a different vibe, if you will, and then treasures.
That's cool.
And
Like little kind of
rewards for
temples.
completing that.
When can people get the game? Where can they get it? What does that look like for you guys?
The game comes out on March 19th across basically every platform. It'll be available on consoles on PS5, as well as Xbox Series X and S, PC, as well as natively on Mac.
Maybe on Mac as well. There you go.
First, let's start with Where Wins Me. Well, since the game came out, I have played basically every day that game since it came out. I really like it. I love how many we just did get new footage of a boss fight, but the game is goes way beyond this. You can play it single player. You can do everything by yourself. You can
You need to
play
check
with
it out.
friends. You can have a guild.
Crimson Desert looks really good.
The game is mind blowing, especially because it's free. It's not pay to win. Everything in their story is cosmetic.
So Where Wins Me is such a crazy game because, for one, it's free.
Yeah.
Which is wild. It's monetized exclusively through cosmetics. So they've even said we will never monetize power within the game, which I think is the way it should be. But they also want to it has kind of two sides to it, where it does have the single player adventure side, because you can play by yourself. You can play co-op, going through the new boss fight together with your friends. And then there's also a side of it which is heavily inspired by classical MMOs, where a player does something bad, they get put in the back of a cart and everybody comes in and throws tomatoes at them.
I feel like it's a modern MMO that actually knows the audience. We love seeing those kind of things. And those are the kind of things that also appeal to, it doesn't matter Eastern or Western, but those are the kind of things that people are going to talk about.
This game is shocking on how much depth it has.
There really is nothing like it.
God, the game is beautiful.
It's absolutely crazy, and every boss fight
What's
is
that? If
different.
you
and
check out
visually
Where Wins Me.
pretty stunning, I would say.
Speaking of, we watched the boss fight, the Master's Message. It seems like it's based on, obviously, you're reading the Master's Message. You have to fight a different version of this ink boss. While we were watching it,
hit me up if you want to have a duo run. Yeah, of course, Shammy.
You haven't played this game, but you're watching
gonna
it,
install
and
it.
you're thinking, wow, maybe I should play this.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Why?
Get some time to give it a go.
It's so satisfying. There's something about it. You know how it is when you're fighting a boss, and it's the movement's almost fluid, and you're almost in rhythm with the boss and their moveset. And that's what makes games like that are boss centric so satisfying to play. There's something about mastering a boss's moveset.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people like the combat in this game. All that stuff you said, very true and very expansive. And then the flip side is the combat is also really good.
Yeah, it looks very good. I think that's what Luke was talking about. It's just the fact that it's free to play. Even myself, before it was released, I was so skeptical of it. It's there's no way that there's a catch. There's got to, because naturally with the nature of our industry, there's been so much free to play stuff that comes out and you're not what I expected, but this seems to be a really, really quality game.
Then we also saw Dino Blade here, which an action game.
That's why I'm here.
Some information, an action game centered, obviously fighting as a dinosaur with a sword. The demo is available.
I don't get the dino sword one. It looks cool. The music's good.
Play it if you want. Have some fun. We got to see a new
I'll have to try the
dinosaur
demo,
in that
see what
trailer
it's
that's
like.
Never been seen before, and it's planned for release still in 2026, so sometime next year. No specific date right now. I'm kicking it to Rob first.
Dinosaurs with sword, it's a dinosaur.
It's a dinosaur.
Soul. Dude, just watching the trailer, I could feel my testosterone rising. My bench press max went up 20 pounds because I could.
The music and everything.
Dude,
really...
dude, the Linkin Park montages are gonna be great.
Dude, it's so weird.
It's ridiculous.
So
I love
give it to me. I want it.
Highly anticipated, I think, across the board, just because it's so fun. It's such a gamer game. Dinosaur swords, you can't really beat that.
Yeah.
Then things off, we have Crimson Desert, a game.
Another crazy good.
Everyone familiar with, I would say. It's been marketed for a very long time. People know it's coming. It's coming from ProRogueBear. which is Black Desert as well.
The entire game is built on their proprietary engine, which it was fascinating to hear how they've broken it down, because like, you see Crimson Desert and so many things about it look too good to be true. They look crazy. They have hundreds of enemies on screen. They have all of this physics simulation. They have crazy stuff where like they have sky islands you can jump down from straight down.
My
to
thing
the-
with Crimson
the
Desert is
surface.
it going to be
Can I just
optimized?
just to explain in the physics simulation that he's talking about?
It is Jinsei. They've showed Crimson Desert already.
Have
Yep.
like a siege weapon and you throw.
They've
a
shown the
bolt
last batch of
at
games
a
now. They're just
house,
talking about it
You
now.
can actually see the destruction starting from where the bolt hit and everything else falling down, falling through it.
Well, and people see that, and from our frame of like, you know, standard open worlds in Unreal Engine 5 or something, not that that's a bad engine or anything, but like, we see that and we assume, okay, it's going to run terribly. Okay, it's going to have frame drops or it's going to stutter. Okay, this or that. But this is an engine that they have built from the ground up with this game basically in mind. And it's just absolutely crazy because we've had the chance to play it, and that just is what the game is. It's ridiculous and crazy.
that's cool.
And what's even crazier is that Will even shared with us some very special information that we are breaking here for the first time.
The size of the game is 2
times
Skyrim.
We didn't even rehearse that.
That just happened.
It's twice the size of Skyrim. It's actually bigger than the entire map of Red Dead Redemption 2.
Which is crazy.
Which I love that Will follows up by saying size doesn't matter, but in our game, it kind of does.
But like, we're bigger. It's crazy.
Well, I saw from the first gameplay clip that you could ride a dragon and a bear. Like, quite honestly, I don't know how my body's gonna keep up with this level of testosterone. Between that
It
and
is
Dino
not
Blade,
the first
like,
game. It is not
If
the
there was a
first
dinosaur
game.
to
We're
ride,
gonna
we'd
see
be
you
in trouble.
next year for the next show, and you're just gonna walk over.
put on
Guys,
40
it's not
pounds
the
of
first game
lean
that you can
mass.
ride a bear.
Huh?
No, Baldur's Gate
It's not
3.
the first game you can ride a bear. It might be true, but
different kind of rep.
Baldur's Gate 3 right
But also, when you drop a line like that, you mentioned confidence. Like, you don't drop a line like that without knowing that you are confident in your game.
They are
You
putting
mention that for a
themselves
reason.
in the same bucket as Skyrim and Red Dead 2, and I think that tells you all you need to know about their confidence level of where they're at.
Coming March 19th.
Intriguing.
Coming March 19th.
Let's go.
There
Thank
we go.
you, those of you who stayed with us from beginning to end. We really appreciate you. This has been a blast to work with on the background. Those guys have been amazing.
I think it was a good format.
In a few different directions. We
Having
all probably
free games,
feel
discuss
one,
it. Free games, discuss it.
Obviously, for like myself,
Pretty much the whole time.
the team, production team as well. I think this
No
is
ad
awesome.
breaks.
It's very cool that you guys were all down to try to do this. It's like a new thing.
No weird
also thinking
gimmicks.
to the audience, right? Like whoever is watching this and trying to engage in something new, it does mean a lot to us
Get
and
to
the
see some
developers.
dev interviews and stuff as well.
For taking us seriously and, you know, being excited to share with us what you have shared, to talk with us.
Our goal was to really try to lower the barrier for a lot of developers to be able to showcase their
There we go.
games, even if they don't have a crazy marketing budget or they don't have some big publisher that can, you know, brute force it. And I mean, the crazy amounts of talent that we saw put on display today is wild. And I think we're all very humbled that we had the chance to check it out and share it with you.
Thank you for having us.
It's also something that we can look forward to a little bit, where we did this in a pretty small time frame, I would say.
Yeah, you guys have no idea.
Yeah, we started talking like 3 or 4 months ago.
And a lot of people
That's
that we
impressive.
spoke to, publishers and devs, again, thank you again, because they worked very hard to get this stuff to us and out and participate in it. And a lot of people we talked to that didn't participate because they had other plans. It's like, well, we didn't know about this. But hopefully for the next one, we can plan more in advance and people can be a part of it and like, hey, let's go travel to people, right? And do interviews in person. Let's go.
Yeah, we want to grow on this. We want to do it better, but
I think it's a good format.
One out there.
I think they did
can't
a
even
good job
stress
with
the
it.
amount of times we brought up a game, I was like, oh my gosh, I had no idea that game existed until you explained it to me, and now I'm interested in that game and the team behind it. Like, that's the beauty of this show. Like, that was our ultimate goal. We want to expose you guys to games you either did or did not know about, and then it also give you guys a different show of like, this is the team behind it and the personalities you can attach yourself to for the future of these games.
It was great putting faces to these developers as well, because you know, this industry naturally, we're very critical of developers, but I think sometimes we forget that those are real people that pour their heart, that video games are art.
They love it. They love
what they're doing, and I think that's awesome.
Well, to all of you guys out there, this has been the first ever edition of New Game Plus. It has been an absolute honor for all of us to come together, and hopefully much more coming in the future. You know, we all love, at the very core, we love freaking video games, and we got to show you guys so much today, and hopefully more in the future. It's been an absolute pleasure, and here's to that future.
Much more coming.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers indeed.
Cheers.
Nothing left after 3 hours.
Mm-hmm. That was cool. I think that was pretty good. Let me go back. So just quickly, let me drag this over here. So obviously at the moment you can go over onto Steam. You'll be able to have a look at the New Game Plus like section there. If you missed any games or there's any that you want to add to your wish list, then they're all here by their like category almost. So everything that was shown here is in this bit and it's sectioned up. I think if I had to pick like my top 3, if I was to like force myself to have a top 3 of what I enjoyed seeing in this show, not necessarily for what I'm most excited by, but the ones that I really enjoyed seeing. I really like seeing a bit more of the blood of the DawnWalker. That was really, really good to see. I did like the Expanse. The Exakiller, I was really impressed with that. I mean, that's like one I'm really, really looking forward to. That one looks fun. An Erosion, I think. It's hard to pick 3 actually. I mean, no one forced me to pick 3. I kind of just like put myself in the box there. But Erosion was really, really interesting. I kind of picked those because you didn't really see much of Exakiller before. I have never seen Erosion before. That was really interesting. And I've seen a little bit. I heard a bit about DawnWalker, but not properly seen that. But I think those would be my 3. Now, Aphelion, Expanse, even the Tape 101, but Byron's cool, the Fable-like one, the Shadow the Glass one, I think that's going to be a long way down the line. Crimson Desert, of course, like that looks really cool, as well as Unawake as well. Probably going to check out Where Winds Meet and Old School RuneScape, like go back into that again if I get some time. Last Man Sitting was interesting, Beautiful Light, obviously, like really excited for that one. I think a lot of these I tried already, all the survival ones, apart from Deep Dish Dungeon and Grounded 2. I've seen a bit of Prologue go way back. I've played Darklight Survivor. Core Keeper I'd like to do more of. Blind Descent was cool. Dragon Wilds, we might check that out. I've got to like finish Last Caretaker. I've got to finish Star Rupture. I've got too many on the go at the moment. I need to like wrap some up before I start any more, but we might double back to RuneScape Dragon Wilds maybe. That was interesting. And then yeah, the Denture Attack one was really interesting as well, but as well as Dusk Fade. But I think it was a really good showcase. I think it was very interesting. What's on my playlist for my the games I wanna complete? Let me. I don't know if I can show my Steam. I've got like stuff that I'm potentially not meant to show. Let me have a look. Let me turn off my display capture for a sec. Let me get my Steam up. So I saw someone on Reddit. They did like make a bingo card basically of like your games that you want to play, or complete. And some of these I've already got to, like I've already made a little bit of progress on. Let me change my window to Steam. Where is Steam? Steam. Okay. So basically these are ones to like finish from like an achievement point of view, as well as a thing like that. And this is only ones that are this year. Like I haven't even factored in. I'm probably gonna have to swap some of these out to like put some of these ones that we've just seen in today's showcase. But I like the showcase as a whole. some of these like Dishonored, Witcher 3, I've played both of those. Wolf Among Us as well. I've played those back on Xbox. I want to play them again. It's been years since I've played them. I want to refresh myself with them. Same with Crisis. Stardew Valley has had updates that I just haven't been able to catch up on. Nier Automata, we actually played through that, but I did it on Xbox way back on Twitch back in the day. It's one that stays in probably my top 10. Really want to revisit that. Helldivers 2, Arc Raiders, a little bit of my life service kind of games that I'm like working on and playing through. Pacific Drive, probably going to be doing a playthrough of that on the channel soon, so want to do that. Skate Story is, I've just heard non-stop good things about Skate Story, and the soundtrack looks banging. You're basically like some like demon skater that needs to like kill and eat the moons, and there's 7 moons and you've got to eat them all, and it's meant to be insane. Hell Is Us, I just really loved it. I just like the demo we played of it. I just didn't really get a chance to get around to it, so I really want to make some time for that. And there's a few little ones. Astromedica, that's coming to its 1.0, I think, or it's coming soon into its 1.0, so I want to check that out. And then obviously finish off Expedition 33. I got the end game for that still. Oblivion, didn't really get to check it out because we had Obscure Expedition 33 and Blueprints at the time, and Oblivion Remastered just didn't get a look in. So there's a few here that I just want, and Industry is one I've always wanted to try. Battle Chase is one I play on the Steam Deck a little bit and stuff, so this is kind of like just a few different ones that might surprise you because they're not ones I necessarily like play on the channel. A lot of these probably won't be on the channel. We might do Alan Wake on the channel. We are probably going to do Pacific Drive, obviously, like I mentioned. I don't know if we do The Witcher. It's quite a long, it's like 100+ hours. I'm an ARM with Hell Is Us maybe, but we'll see. And Astromedica, like I said, we might do that on the channel as well. But a lot of these are probably just ones that I'll play as like me time in the background afterwards and stuff. But like I said, in the store, when it loads, there's so many. Wait, where's it gone? Wait, there's a Tomba too. Where's, I don't know. It's not showing on my Steam for some reason. Shows on the web version of Steam. Oh well. But anyway, that is where we're pretty much gonna wrap it up. I haven't done one of these in a while, so I do thank you guys for like hanging out and watching that with me and stuff. It was good fun. Still gonna go back and do Nier. Yeah, Nier is so good. Pacific Drive, yes. Yeah, Skate Story, I'm gonna play through that soon, I think. That's that looks like really good. I will be getting Crimson Desert. I might stream it. We'll see. I think I probably will. It would probably fit on the channel, so probably check it out if so. But having a stream series would be cool again. Really enjoyed E33 Blueprint series. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, at the moment I've kind of like been doing the kind of the hybrid, like pre-records and then the occasional live stream of them. But I think we that's what I was umming and ahhing with Pacific Drive. It might be that we do that one as a live playthrough and see how we get on with that. And then yeah, Crimson Desert in March, it's a good one to shoot for, so we might give that one a go. But yeah, I want to try and do like a 1 or 2 stream a week where we're just playing through a game start to finish. We just like burn through that game and then we move on to the next one, rather than streaming and checking out, oh, this game this week and then this game the next week. Like just be like, right, this is a stream, let's play, and we're just playing this till we're bored or till we finished, and then we go to the next one and just go from there. Yeah, I'm happy Crimson Desert was the last game here. Yeah, wasn't any new footage. No, there was more of an interview, and we got the scope for the game size at least as well. That'd be cool. I'm doing the ping videos every couple of hours. What do you mean, sorry? You've kind of been doing the ping videos every couple of hours. What's a ping video? Sorry. But yeah, they finished the show and stuff. I think overall it was a really good show, and like I said, I miss doing this as well. It was good to like do it. Like, I don't like necessarily doing the reactions afterwards, where it's like you're trying to cut it up and like, here's my 10 picks of the show and blah blah blah. But doing a little watch along and hanging out with you guys while we do it, it's good fun. Good fun. But yeah, I mean, like I said, as far as I'm aware, 22nd of January, they've got the Microsoft Developers Conference. That's where they're going to show like Forza Horizon, they're going to show Fable and a few others. So if you guys are interested, we might do a watch along of that. That's pretty cool. Then it's going to be pretty barren. There's not going to be anything really until Summer Games Fest, which will be in the summer. And then you've got the whole thing. Then you've got Sony State of Play. You'll have the Nintendo Direct as well. And then Gamescom is in August. You'll then have Tokyo Game Show in the September. And then you're right back around to the Game Awards in December. And then probably this sounds like this will be a January thing, like this New Game Plus showcase. So the next one will be in January, which would be quite cool. So that'd be quite cool. I mean, Discord ping, you publish a new YouTube video every couple of hours. Have I? Every couple of hours? No. I am hardworking, but I'm not that hardworking. There is like numerous pings. You can't complain that you don't have any content of mine to watch. Like I'm. Someone was like saying like oh, you put, I think it was on a comment, someone was like, oh, you spoiled us with so much like content or so. I'm like, no one can accuse me of not putting the effort in. Whether people watch it all or not is a different story, but yeah, my problem at the moment is trying not to juggle too many Let's Plays. We've got quite a few coming, so, but yeah, I was Gamescom 2 times, one in 2024 and one I can't wait to go. I would like to go in 2026 if I can, like this year. It'd be I won't be big enough this summer, but I would love to go as a content creator as well, like be invited to one of these events and stuff. That'd be cool. But I think it'll be quite nice. I think I'm planning to do a little road trip. I think go to Gamescom, drive down there, and make a little trip out of it, and that'd be good fun. So yeah, expect more videos, please. Fortnite stream. I do owe Cherzy a Fortnite stream, I think. We've also got some Abiotic Factor, which is going to be coming soon, which me and Cherzy have been working on for a while, and that is featuring Cherzy, of course, as well. And that's a really good open world survival game. That one's shot up there, like, as one of my favorites. Like, I think last year, Last Caretaker and Abiotic Factor in that like second half of the year, really both of them took me by surprise and how much I enjoy them. So that's been really good. But yeah, I've got some more Last Caretaker to go and record, and we've got some videos coming up over the weekend, some more Star Rupture, some more Last Caretaker, and Voyages of Nero. We've got some other bits and pieces and things like that too. So yeah, make sure you like, comment, subscribe. Thank you guys for supporting and being here and all that kind of stuff. Really great. And yeah, thank you so much. It was really good fun. I like the showcase. Lots of good games. Our wallets will be crying, and I would hazard a guess like at least 30% of these will get pushed back into 2027. Like we saw a lot of games that were meant to come out last year and they have been pushed back to this year, and there's a lot of games coming out this year that will probably get pushed back and stuff as well. But it was really interesting to see. Really good. Nested Lands, Blind Descent, that prologue Go Way Back. I might check that out. 17 quid, but might give it a go. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good one, guys. Have a good evening, and I'll speak to you guys. I'll catch you guys in the next video. Take care.